Draw near and you shall be heard. God bless the great state of Ohio and this honorable court. You may be seated.
Good morning. Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning. Sorry I missed you the other day.
Well, we missed you being here. Glad you're here today.
Yeah.
I'm Judge Capper. This is the Lawrence County Municipal Court, and the things we do first are what's called reviews. So that's for people who have orders to comply with, and this is a check on what you're doing on your case. So when your name's called for that, come up to the table to the right. If we get through the reviews and don't call you and you think you should have been called, you need to go check in with the clerk's office. But if you missed a hearing before, you're not on the docket today. So if you want the warrant withdrawn, you need to go check in with the clerk so they'll know you're here and put you on the docket. The new cases and cases where people have missed hearings in the past are called with the arraignments, and those will be the next hearings, not the reviews. So call the reviews now.
Jeremy Butcher, Chad Campbell, Jeffrey Collins, Aaron Cottrell, Aaron Crawford, Holly Elkins, Matthew Fortner.
Jeremy Butcher is here, 19483. Mr. Butcher, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing well. Do you have a payment on your funds today?
I can pay 50.
Okay. See the clerk to make that payment. January 29th will be your next meeting.
Thank you.
9 o'clock. See the clerk before you leave. Chad Campbell, 2782. So it'll be the only thing I'm showing you got left to do is your community service.
Yes. I'm planning on doing probably 2 or 3 days, not next week because my first kid's about to be born Monday, and then probably the week after next. I'm planning to get it all done with.
All right. So if you get it done before the next hearing, you don't have to come in. Just verify that it is completed with either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Major.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to set your next hearing for February 9th. I'll give you plenty of time to get it done. February 9th at 9 a.m. is your next hearing. But if you have things finished, you don't have to come in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Collins is on teleconference. Mr. Collins.
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you, Mr. Collins?
I'm good, how about you?
Good. Have you, or can you make, you did make a payment. Already made a payment today. I see it. All right, your next hearing is January 29th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His case numbers are 19304, 191082, 15606. 9 o'clock, January 29th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Aaron Cottrell. 23,352. You were at the counseling center.
Yes.
Are you still there?
I just got reinstated there. Go back Tuesday because my truck broke down, and there's usually give you transportation, but where I live so far away and I've on evening groups, they couldn't give me transportation.
Where do you live?
I live at Pond Run, Stout, Ohio. I live like 30-some, almost 40 minutes away from the counseling center.
Okay, is that north of there, or how do you get there from Portsmouth?
I live down 52.
Oh, towards downriver?
Yeah, down Cincinnati.
Oh, so you had a little bit of a drive to get here.
Yes. See what it was, which I'm about to complete, I'm on felony probation from Portsmouth.
Okay.
And they're the ones that put me in rehab. When I was in rehab when I come here.
Yeah.
And
But
they
you
said it
were-
was a
you're
90.
From this court to go to counseling too.
Yeah, they said it was a 90-day program, and I broke my ankle, so they made me do 41 days at Bridges. So it was well over, so my probation officer told me that I could leave from in rehab and go to outpatient or whatever.
Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna do today. I want you to go do a urine screen. I don't have a report from any of your treatment or anything, and that'll tell us where we are. So go get a urine screen, come back, and I'll deal with you after I get the results.
Okay.
Go with Mr. Cooper. I'll show you where to go to do your screen. Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Holly Elkins.
Holly Elkins is 23,342. 04,179. And you still have community service due and fines and costs to pay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay a fine when I have to leave here.
How much are you paying?
I'm gonna pay 50.
Okay, and you have community service, when can you get out and do some of that?
I'm gonna do,
You did some this fall, looks like.
yeah. I'll try to finish up the rest this month in January.
All right, I'm gonna set, your one case is really old, so. January 29th is your next hearing,
Okay, thanks.
9 o'clock. See the clerk to make the payment. Aaron Crawford, it's called 23-143 is the case number. Doesn't look like he's done anything on his case and hasn't appeared, so he's going to get a warrant for his arrest. Matthew Fortner, 16-2079, 16-2056, has been called, has not appeared, gets a bench warrant.
Keon Gage, Matthew Gonzalez, Kenneth Holtzapfel, Kenny Ingles, Glenn Letts Jr., Chase L. Lewis, Bryce McMillan.
Keon Gage, 23-238. Keon Gage. Not here. Bench warrant issued for failure to appear. Matthew Gonzalez is here. Do you have a payment on your funds today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gonzalez? How much are you paying?
$50.
Okay. February 2nd will be your next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
See the clerk to make your payment.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think we're having trouble with the recorder, Your Honor. I think we'll have to shut the computer down, Your Honor, to restart it.
Okay. So that's on a separate one from the schedule, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead. If you want, so here's the thing. We have, well, actually we have two methods of recording. Now that we've got the video, because that's actually there being a record made by video and the audio. But we have an audio recording that's apparently not working right now. They're trying to reboot it. So if you think you would want to take what happens today to the Court of Appeals, you probably should say, I want to continue on it, or I want to wait till it's up and running. I've been here for 30-some years, and nobody's ever appealed their review hearing to the Court of Appeals. So very unlikely that that would happen. But if that's what you want, then we'll wait until it's up and functioning. Kenneth Holtzapfel. 19-194, 18-956, and 957. And you've done all your community service, you have to pay your fines off, so you have a payment today.
75.
All right, see the clerk to make that payment.
And can I get my next review for Friday?
Yes, sir. It'll be February 2nd. It's a Friday. February 2nd, 24, 9 o'clock. See the clerk.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kenny Ingalls, 19-847. All right, you're just making payments on restitution is the main thing. You have restitution today.
Right.
You have a payment today.
Yes, sir.
How much are you paying?
Just $20, because I still don't have the income yet.
All right, we'll take that $20 to the clerk. I'll set your next hearing for February 2nd,
Thank you, sir.
9 o'clock.
Your Honor, it appears we have it working for now.
Okay. Glenn Jr., 06-1081. That's on an OVI. You still have community service to do.
Yes, sir. I've done 14 hours the last 3 days.
I see that. Okay, well, let's get that finished, and you did make $100 payment.
Yes, sir.
January 29th will be your next hearing, 9 o'clock. If you finish it up before then, you don't have to come back. Chase Lewis is here, 14.
What time did you say, sir?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you.
You're welcome. 14-1065. Community service done, paying on funds. And I think some of this was restitution too. Do you have a payment today, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir. I paid 25 online.
You've already paid it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, January 29th is your next hearing.
Can I work any of that off on community service? I thought I couldn't. That's why I haven't been doing any.
Well, if you've had to review the file, if you paid the restitution amount, then you can work fines and court costs off. But
Okay.
restitution has to be paid.
Okay.
So if you want to check with Mr. Major, he can tell you, review the policy, how much was restitution, how much was fines and costs.
Okay.
Okay? $50 a day credit for whatever you do community service.
Okay. And what day?
January 29th,
Okay, thank you.
1 month from today. Bryce McMillan. Got a report from New Life Recovery for Mr. McMillan. Good urine screens. Working. Making progress, learning some things, it looks like. And this is what I always like to see. It says you're a positive influence on your peers. That's always good. How do you feel about things?
I think you're doing great, Your Honor. Appreciate the opportunity.
Good. Glad you're taking advantage of it. Can you pay anything on your fines and costs?
Yes, sir. I am. Pay $30 a day.
Okay, I see the clerk to make that payment.
And I'm pretty sure I did 2 weeks ago. I paid 30 also.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
I'm pretty sure 2 weeks ago I paid another 30.
Yes.
I try to do as much as I can each check.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
you have an amount there that he owes? Approximate?
195 plus 235 plus 157. All right. What's your work schedule, Mr. McMillan? Does it matter if it's a Monday or Friday for your hearing?
No, either Fridays I think it'll be better.
Okay, February 2nd. That's a Friday. February 2nd, 9 o'clock. See
Thank you,
the clerk
Ron.
make your payment.
February 2nd. Thank you, sir.
You are.
Caleb Meredith, Donald Porter, Donald Sowards III, Kimberly Thompson, Anthony Walker.
Caleb Meredith, 23,540. You finished the dip school, paid your fines, you just have to do your community service, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I plan on doing either some today, where I took off work to come here, or I'll start tomorrow.
Okay, well, you can talk to Mr. Cooper about that.
Okay.
This is your first review, so I'm going to give you more time than some of the others because your case is newer. And you are working, you say?
Yes.
What's better for your work schedule? Mondays, Fridays, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. I get time off.
Okay. I'm going to set it for February 23rd, so that gives you almost 2 months. And if you get things finished in that time frame, you don't have to come back. February 23rd at 9 a.m. Donald Porter is here. 20, 2120, 18, 1242, 08441. Done a lot of extra community service toward your fines, looks like.
All he has left is 2 days. He can do. Everything else will be restitution.
Okay. Do you have any kind of payment today?
Nah, I'll get them days done tomorrow, and then the first year I'll start trying to pay like $100 a month in restitutions.
Okay.
'Cause I gotta pay for the DUI class.
I'll set your next hearing for February the 9th.
All right.
February 9th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You are. Kimberly Thompson,
Yes.
23177. You just have a fine to pay.
Yes, I do.
Do you have a payment on it?
Yes, I got 15.
15?
Yes. I get
Okay.
paid next week.
You can do community service if you want to do that instead of paying.
I got a job, I'd rather pay it.
Okay. I'll set your next hearing for February 16th.
Okay. Thank you.
Gives you plenty of time. If you get it paid off, you don't have to come back in here.
Got you.
See the clerk. Donald Sowards, 23-725. Hasn't done anything and hasn't appeared, so he gets a warrant for not appearing.
Your Honor, he was scheduled for successful process and then show.
Okay. Another reason he gets a warrant. Anthony Walker, 23-289. Same, he hasn't done anything in this case and hasn't appeared for his hearing, so he gets a warrant. Failure to appear. Okay, that finishes the reviews except for Mr. Cockrell, who will recall when we get a urine screen from him. The next hearings are called arraignments, and the purpose of those hearings is to tell you what the charges are that you're facing. This would be the new cases, or if you had an old case that something happened or you got a warrant issued, you'll get called up with the new cases. When your name's called, come up to the table to your right, just like the last group of folks did. Stand there, and we'll go over the charges with you. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. Everything is, as I mentioned, now we got two records. We got an audio record and a video and audio record. So what you say goes down on the record. It can be used against you if you admit something that's damaging to your case. The prosecutor can use that against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, and to have bail, and to make the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are the rights you have as a defendant. If you enter a guilty or a no contest plea, you're waiving those rights. You should not enter a guilty or no contest plea if, one, you don't understand what's happening to you. Two, if you want to talk to a lawyer, you should enter a not guilty plea, so it gives you a chance to talk to a lawyer. Or three, if you want a trial on your case, you should enter a not guilty plea. Do not enter a guilty or no contest plea to get it over. That's not a good reason to enter one of those pleas. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Paul V. Brackett, case number CRB 23-740.
And you're Paul Brackett.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brackett, this is the charge against you is failure to confine a dangerous dog. It's alleged on December 1st, while not engaged in hunting, you were the owner of a dangerous or vicious dog that you failed to keep confined or restrained. That's a 4th degree misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is 30 days in jail, $250 fine. You understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
I'd like one.
I'm sorry?
I'd like one, yes.
You're going to hire one, or did you say?
No, I can't hire one.
You want one appointed?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any income?
I draw disability.
That's your only income? I'll appoint Mr. Smith to represent you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you say that was from December the 1st?
December 1st.
I got a charge. I come here. I come here my first time charge. I come here today. I got fine things. And I'm not back there again. We're the same place.
He wasn't the son of until the 15th. Served with the son of December 15th.
I can't take it.
Let's see, case number 54, 11.
He did have another dog restraint on 9/18/23.
Put on that.
It was disposed of on December 11th.
That's what I was looking at. He's got two different.
Okay, same dogs. It's just dogs that you forfeited. Okay, it's the same dog that was in the prior case?
Yes, sir.
All right, state's willing to dismiss this one because I think the dog was forfeited.
That's what he was just telling me, yes.
All right, this will be Nolly then.
It's dismissed. You're good to go. Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus James Eastman, case number TRC 23-1864, A, B, and C.
Are you James Eastman?
Yes, sir. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Eastman. The state's alleging that on December 23rd at 3:37 a.m. in the village of South Point, that you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol. The state's alleging that you took a breath test and tested almost 15, 147. Let's call it 14 for purposes of understanding the breath test, that you tested 14 on the breath test. The state's also alleging that this would be your third offense lifetime, but it looks like in the look-back period, it would be a second offense to me, that there was a prior in 2016. It may not even be this. It may be, I'm going to arraign you as if it's a second offense. It may not even be a second offense because of the time frame. Under Ohio law, there's what's called a per se level on the breath test. That's 8. So if you test 8 or higher on a breath test, and the state shows compliance with the rules for giving the test, there can be a presumption that you were impaired by virtue of testing 8 or higher. The state's alleged you tested 14, so that's obviously higher than 8. On a second offense, the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,625 fine, and a 5-year license suspension. That's the most the court can do to you if you're found guilty. There is a minimum, so minimum means I can't go below a certain penalty if you're found guilty. The minimum on a second offense is 10 days in jail, $525 fine, and a 1-year license suspension. Plus, if the vehicle was titled to you, it's required to be impounded for 90 days if you're found guilty. I'm looking to see if they've filed any kind of impoundment papers. Yeah, state's alleging this vehicle was titled to James Eastman II.
That's me.
That's you, okay. So that impoundment provision would apply since the vehicle was titled to you. Do you have any questions about that charge?
I've never heard that one about the impoundment thing. I've heard the tags being returned, but I've never heard of a impoundment.
Yeah, it is required on a second offense, there's required impoundment. Actually, on a third offense, the vehicle can be forfeited. Do you have any other questions about the charge against you?
No.
You're also charged with a safety belt violation. That's a minor misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is $30 fine. Or it's actually a mandatory penalty of $30 if you're found guilty of the seat belt. And failure to register your vehicle, expired tags, that's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty for that's a $150 fine. So those are the 3 charges you face. Do you have any questions about those charges?
No, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
Not guilty. I'd like to speak with an attorney, and I don't have the income to afford one of my own, so I need a court-appointed one.
Are you working at all?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I work for Lakota of Ohio as a service tech working on horse trailers. So I deal with electric issues, water heaters. They're a camper that you haul your horses and your cattle in.
And did you say you work for the state of Ohio?
No, Lakota horse trailers.
Okay.
But the company's called Lakota of Ohio.
Okay. Are you paid by the hour?
Yes, sir.
How much per hour?
22.
How many hours a week?
40.
Okay. Do you have children? Do you have people that are dependent on you for income?
No, I have no kids.
Well, you're probably not. You're not going to qualify because I'm getting your gross annual income is about $45,000 a year. Is that right?
Well, by the time I take my rent out, my electric and everything, I've been paying, I'm out over $1,200 without even flipping the switch. And then,
Well, the Ohio Supreme Court gives me a guideline that I go by, and it just goes by your gross income. It doesn't allow, you know, I've got a trailer payment, I've got a boat payment, I've got a car payment. That doesn't figure in, just like your gross annual income and how many people are in your family. That's how I go by determining whether you're eligible for a court-appointed attorney. And you're not eligible because of the income that you have for a single person.
well, that's a new one because Madison County gave me a court-appointed attorney last year over a domestic, so
Okay, well,
I hadn't heard that.
I can't explain that, but that's the standard, and that's the standard this court applies.
Okay.
So you are welcome to have an attorney, but you'll have to hire one on your own,
Okay.
as long as you're still working, you are still working.
Oh, yes.
Okay. How much time do you think you need to make those arrangements?
I'm gonna have to get with Mike and see if he's got a suggestion for me.
Is that your boss?
No, that's the attorney that I dealt with in Madison County.
Okay, well, that'd be a good place to start. Talk with him.
That's about the best place I got to start.
If he's licensed in Ohio, he's welcome to practice in the court.
Okay, I didn't know how that worked, so.
Oh, yeah, anybody, if you're licensed in Ohio, you can practice in all the courts.
Well,
all
I
the state courts.
didn't know if it was like a district, like you have your hunting districts.
No, he can practice anywhere in the state. Okay, so you probably want maybe a month approximately before you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll set it for January 29th. That's exactly a month. That's going to be a pretrial. It'll be set for 10 a.m. that day. I'm going to let you sign. You did
10 a.m. you said?
10 a.m. on January 29th. I'm going to let you sign a signature bond of $2,000.
Okay.
And what this means is you're just promising to come to court as ordered, and you won't have to pay the $2,000 until you don't appear. Then you get a warrant and you're required to pay the $2,000. So if you come to court, you won't have to post any money. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. Now you're under since you took the test and tested over, there's an automatic license suspension that went into effect.
Yes, sir. I had somebody bring me down.
Okay. Any questions, sir?
Not as of right now.
Okay, that's all. January 29th is your next hearing.
Do I need to go to the clerk's office and get any paperwork?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Tyler D. Adams, case number TRC 23-1866, A, B, and C.
Sir, are you Tyler Adams?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, it's alleged December 23rd at 12:54 a.m. in Perry Township. You were allegedly driving a vehicle while being under the influence of alcohol and took a breath test and tested 15 on the breath test. It's alleged to be your first offense. On a first offense with this test score, the maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, a $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. That's the most that can happen if you're found guilty. There is a minimum. The least that can happen if you're found guilty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. And I explained to the previous gentleman about the per se level on the breath test. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
You want me to go over that again?
No.
You have one other charge, driving outside your designated lane you're charged with. That's a minor misdemeanor. The maximum penalty is a $150 fine. So those are the two charges. Do you understand them?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, he has a distracted driving too. You have a distracted driving, that's also a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. So you have 3 charges. Any questions about those charges or your rights?
No.
How do you wish to plead?
I don't, this is my first time ever being in a situation like this, so I don't understand.
Well, remember what I said at the beginning, if you don't know what to do, what did I say you should do?
Just stay quiet.
Well, and enter a not guilty plea.
Okay.
It's always good not blurt out things on the record that might hurt your case, but if you don't know what to do, I think the best thing to do is enter a not guilty plea that gives you some time to think about it, talk to a lawyer, decide how you want to proceed. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Do you want to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
No.
Okay. You got to hire a lawyer?
Gonna try.
Okay. How much time do you need to do that?
I have no idea.
Well, are you working?
Yes.
What's your work schedule?
Monday through Thursday, sometimes overtime. I work 4/10s, but sometimes I work during the weekends.
So Fridays would be the best day to set your date to come back,
Yes.
right? I'm going to make it January 26th as your next hearing.
Okay.
You might want to write that down in a little basket in front of you as a form to put your next hearing date on. January 26th. It's going to be a pretrial at 10 a.m. I'm going to let you sign a $1,000 signature bond. You understand what that means?
Sort of.
Okay, let's go over it. It's like a promissory note. I promise to come to court, or I'll pay $1,000 for not showing up.
Okay.
Which is not even the worst part. The worst part is you get a warrant, and you can get arrested on the warrant for not appearing. So just come to court when you're supposed to, and you won't have to post any money. I'm letting you guarantee your own appearance. Not guilty plea is entered for you. I'm putting down that you will hire an attorney. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, be back here January 26th, unless your lawyer tells you they've made arrangements for a different date.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Reagan Miller, case number CRB 23772.
The bailiff is serving you with a copy of the charge. Ma'am, are you Reagan Miller?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Miller, it's alleged that on December 28th in Fayette Township, you tried to deprive the Walmart there of property without their consent. That's a theft offense, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this charge?
Guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting it's true. By doing that, you waive your rights to have a trial and have a lawyer. Is that what you want to do? All right. I'm going to accept your guilty plea, but before I sentence you, I'm going to have you do a urine screen because, in my experience, I've been doing this a while, and a lot of folks that shoplift are doing it because they've got a substance use problem. So we're going to try to find out whether that's what your situation is. So I want you to go out in the lobby, and there'll be somebody to meet you there. They'll take you where you can do a urine screen, and then I'll sentence you after I get the results of that. So go do a urine screen and come back.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Caldwell, case number CRB 131057, CRB 131153, A and B.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, it's a very good report from Bethesda for Ms. Caldwell.
Your Honor, she's had her ankle monitor on for a minute, and we said we would evaluate the situation at her next court appearance. We feel that she'll be all right without it, if the court approves.
Okay, I'll order her ankle monitor removed, and did we move it up just to get the ankle monitor off? Or?
Well, some days I'm not very bright. There's a Brittany Smith on there that has the exact same name, but her middle initials N, and it was L, so I brought her by accident.
Because it was set for January 5th. I think.
It was, yes.
All right, well, I'll cancel that date since she's here today. There's no reason to come back on January 5th. I'll order her ankle monitor removed, so you'll need to see Mr. Major in probation. We can get that done today.
Okay.
And then let's come back on your next hearing is going to be January 29th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. See Mr. Major, get your monitor off.
Okay,
Good job on what you're doing.
thank you.
Great work.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Shandon S. Pringle, case number CRB 2189.
Shandon Pringle is here. This had been set for a review hearing on Tuesday. She's here today, and she's at amended reads. Okay, so it says you're compliant and that you're changing in the next few weeks, going to be changing to community.
I've already transitioned to community. I'm home now.
Okay. How's that going?
It's going well. I'm just adjusting.
And what are you doing? Are you getting a job? What's going on there?
Yeah, I'm working full-time, and I'm also in college, and I just got my CDCA, was it yesterday, 2 days ago? I finished my CDCA.
A lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, well, very good. The only thing you had to pay was court costs. Can you pay anything on your court costs?
I can pay something today, yes.
How much do you want to pay?
How much is it?
The total is $135.
I can pay 100 today.
Okay. All right, I'll order the ankle monitor removed, pay on your fine. Let's come back.
Your Honor, she doesn't have an ankle monitor.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the other. Pay on your fine and just continue with your sessions. She's going to continue outpatient.
That's correct.
And let's set it for February 2nd as your next hearing. And we may, we'll see about completing everything then if you've paid off the court costs. So.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
It's been a journey.
Yes, it has.
You've arrived. You're getting to the end.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself. Thank you.
Good job.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to start pre-trials, and then at some point we're going to go to jail with teleconferences. So we'll start pre-trials now.
State of Ohio versus Emily Bird, case number CRB 23489. State of Ohio versus John Bird, case number CRB 23490. State of Ohio versus Lucas Bird, case number CRB 23492.
All right, these are Mr. Green's cases set for pre-trial.
Emma Keaton, Ashton Smith.
They will need the prosecutor to come in the courtroom.
Emma Keaton, Ashton Smith, Ashton
Yeah, the birds.
Your Honor, for pleas of court, we have made constant and vigilant attempts to stay in contact with the alleged victims, and they've not responded to our many requests to come forth. And so therefore, we would move to nolly the charges with the right to refile if there's some good reason why they haven't contacted us.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Cases will be nollied due to non-cooperation of the complaining parties.
Thank you, Your Honor. You guys are all done?
Sounds good, thank you.
State of Ohio versus James C. Jones, case number TRC 23-36. James Jones.
Your Honor, can we call this case a little later in the docket? I think originally we had this was set for evidence today, and it ended up on the pretrial docket. So I think Mr. Jones believes to be here later.
All right. Will you call later?
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Brian T. Smith, case number TRC 23-14-21, A and B.
This is also set for pretrial.
It is, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've received the video of this matter. I've reviewed it. Not had an opportunity to review it with my client. However, I think Mr. McCown will be taking over this case. So if we could set this out, maybe set it out a little bit longer than usual to give him an opportunity to review it. I don't know his specific schedule, but if you set it out far enough, that shouldn't be a problem, or he could move it if it doesn't work.
January 29th?
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
For Mr. Smith?
Is that a Friday?
That's a Monday. You want it on a Friday?
He's better on a Friday.
Fridays are better, January 26th.
Okay. That'd be fine, Your Honor.
January 26th, set as a pretrial.
Thank you.
January 26th, pretrial, 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Cameron Spitzer, case number TRC 23-11-61, A and B.
All right, on that last case, you're going to be here as acting judge, so
Oh, we can't do
26th is going to be a
26th.
bad day. So change that to the next Friday, which would be February 2nd.
Okay. I will let Mr. Smith know. He's still here.
Okay. Smith should be February 2nd. It's January 26th. All right, Mr. Spitzer's case is set for pretrial.
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to review discovery, speak with Mr. Hill about this matter. We couldn't resolve it today. Again, this is going to go on to Mr. McCown. He's going to need time to review it as well. If we could set that for the same day, keep that same day.
February 2nd will be the next hearing of this case. Pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sean Woods, case number TRC 23-811, A through D.
Set for pretrial today, Mr. Green's case.
That's correct, Your Honor. I've spoken with Mr. Heald and spoken with Mr. Woods about this matter. I believe the state, upon entering a plea, would want to delay sentencing to allow Mr. Woods to do treatment. He is presently in treatment with Riverside Recovery.
He is compliant, clean drug screens, making good progress.
Okay.
And I believe the state would, if upon successful completion, would recommend treating it as a first offense.
Mr. Hill?
Your Honor, it is a charge right now as a first offense with a refusal and an additional within 20 years. So there is the potential jail time as a minimum on this. but we're also interested in making sure that Mr. Woods is getting the treatment that at this point he's already taken part in, so we're happy about that. So we would like to see good progress on him, and we don't oppose a delay in sentencing.
Do you know, do you have a projected date for him to be completed?
No, not yet. He's just getting started.
Okay.
I think he's been there about a month, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, so today, though, he is going to enter a guilty plea.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delay your sentencing while you complete treatment at RRS. Well, OBIs are always potential jail cases, but if you have a refusal and a prior in your past, it makes jail more likely. But what the state is saying that they would be willing to recommend no jail time if you successfully complete treatment. And the whole goal is here that you don't come back. That whatever issue you have with substances that's causing a problem, that you get that fixed, and you don't come back, don't put yourself or anybody else on the highway in jeopardy by using substances and driving a vehicle.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's what's expected if you want that kind of end result. You have to do your part and successfully complete treatment. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You have, so this will be Mr. McCown.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, if it would be possible to keep them on the same date, at least for the time being.
All right, February 2nd. February 2nd, and that'll be a sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We may not conclude it then, but it'll be on the docket as a sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
State of Ohio recalls Reagan Miller, case number CRB 23772.
Okay, I'm not going to require any treatment based on your screen. Is there anything you want to tell me before I sentence you? The affidavit says, and this is from Mary Ann Bagley at Walmart, I observed Reagan Miller and her boyfriend choosing and concealing clothing and baby products in a diaper bag. Once they made the way past all points of sale, they were stopped and detained without issue. Do you have anything in response to that you want to say? Okay, I'll impose a $100 fine, order you to pay court costs, 10 days in jail, which I'll suspend on condition that you stay out of Walmart and do 5 days of community service. So that's 30 hours of community service on the community service program that we have here at the court. You'll have a review June 28th of 24. You get everything finished before then. You don't have to come to that hearing. That's a hearing to make sure people do what they're supposed to. So if you haven't finished it, you got to show up. If you don't show up, you got stuff left to do. You get a warrant. You could go to jail even if you do show up if you haven't done anything. So take this seriously, get it done. I don't want you to go to jail. The jail's the only option for people that don't do what they're supposed to. So this is mandatory, serious stuff. It's not optional. It's not like, well, I didn't feel like doing it, so I shouldn't have to do it. No, well, you're going to go to jail then. So just do what you're supposed to. You won't go to jail. You're going to go check in with the probation officer. When you leave the courtroom, go in the lobby, make a 90-degree left turn toward Ironton, and the counter over there on that side of the building is probation. Go meet with Mr. Major. He's going to give you some paperwork. It'll have everything I just told you on paperwork. There's also a website for the court. You can pull up at any time. If you can't remember what you're supposed to do, you can pull your case up. It's on the record search. Put your name in there, it's going to come up and show you what you're supposed to be doing. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, go see Mr. Major. After that, you're free to go.
State of Ohio versus Charles H. Dennison, case number CRB 23566, A, B, C, and D.
All right, this is Mr. Nash's case.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. We set this as a pretrial with, we were going to have a jury trial on the 5th. The clerk told me that was not going to be a very good date because of the holidays and everything to get a jury in. So I want to reschedule that date for the jury trial. Do you have, and I'm looking obviously in January or February, what's your schedule like, Mr. Nash?
Judge, the available dates I have is January 19th, February 2nd, February 23rd.
Actually, the 19th is not too bad. Yeah. Mr. Hill, do you have any input on that?
We don't oppose the date as long as we don't, I'd have to check with potential witnesses and see, make sure we didn't have any problems. So I would do that promptly, and if we did have an issue, we'd ask to continue that date, and I'll let you know as quickly as we can.
And just for the record, I have no objection if there's going to be an issue there.
Yeah.
The other dates that I would have available would be February 2nd or 23rd.
Is there already a jury trial set? It looks like there's a jury trial set for this. I don't have this. You thought this was going to be the date for this case?
The jury trial set for January.
What's the case number?
This one is not.
23566. You said February 23rd was a...
Is another, yes.
I mean, that would be the cleanest date because it has very little, and I can keep it. I can keep other dates off, other cases off of it. If you want to do that, if you prefer that.
That's fine. Yes.
Let's do February 23rd.
All right. February 23rd, and let's set it for noon.
Okay.
February 23rd, noon, and I'll not set any other cases that day, other than the ones we have to do. Do we need another pretrial before the trial?
If nothing's going to change, I don't think we will. If we decide we do, Your Honor, we ask for one, I guess.
All right. Is there going to be any special jury instructions?
Not from the defendants.
Okay.
Would the court set a deadline to present those?
Yes, I can set a deadline. Let's make it the 16th. Jury instructions to be, if you have some that you want other than Ohio OJI, then submit them by February 16th. I may have said January. February 16th, the week before. And we won't do a hearing on it unless I look at it and think it's necessary. We could even do, if we need to do a conference, we could maybe do it by Zoom or something if we needed to talk about jury instructions. Is there anything else the court should be made aware of in trying this case? Is there any special requirements?
I've spoke with the prosecutor. They're going to get a bill of particulars to us, and
we have to do that.
we'll provide reciprocal discovery.
Okay. All right, well, if there's anything that comes up, you can bring it to the court's attention by motion or otherwise, and we'll deal with it. But as of now, no further hearings until the actual date of the trial, which will be February 23rd at noon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Heather R. Matney, case number CRB 23658.
This is Mr. Scott's case set for pretrial.
Judge, I believe the state and I have a resolution on this with restitution being paid. My client is able to pay that day. She just needs to run to her vehicle to snag that, so we can recall that in the next 15 minutes.
The case will be recalled later in the dock.
Mr. Scott, you are next on the docket.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Monique D. Rooks, or Monique D. Rooks, case number CRB 23687.
Mr. Scott's case set for pretrial.
So this is the worst vehicle for this thing. She's walking back. This vehicle comes up, punches her. Oh, she got like this.
All right. Your Honor, we've had a discussion in detail about some of the evidentiary issues, and I'd like to have my assistant talk to the alleged victim in this matter this morning, if it's possible, and maybe we could resolve the case today.
Okay, it will be recalled later in the dock.
State of Ohio versus Daniel L. Cox, case numbers TRC 231103, CRA 23495, CRA 08425. Daniel Cox.
Your Honor, I was handed a Post-it note. He called the clerk this morning, said he's stuck in Lexington with no ride.
Okay, he's got 7 days to appear before warrant.
I'll let him know, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Emily McCoy, case number TRD 193655.
All right, Ms. McCoy, have you seen the report?
I'm just now seeing it for the first time. I'm confused. Some of this I do need to have accountability with, for sure. I do have communication issues, and I have been progressing a little bit. I have realized I have a lot more issues than I previously thought. And then there are a couple sentences here that I do not agree with. It was a rumor started by a client that was only there for 3 days that knew me on the outside and did not like me. So I will have to deny that, but
At this time, therapeutically, we think that it's in the best interest to discharge her from the program, and Mended Reeds has a bed, and that can take her today.
Okay, why don't we do this, and the gentleman was here for Mended Reeds, is that right?
Yes. We're gonna
if possible, I would love to stay at
Can you all do a conference
Bethesda.
on this and come back after you've had a chance to talk
I've spoke with him in depth this morning.
with her too?
Okay, sure.
All right, I'm going to recall this later in the dialogue.
All right, thanks.
State of Ohio versus Dolores Hill, case number CRB 23536, CRB 23568.
Hi, y'all.
Good morning, this is Mr. Smith's case, it's set for pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Still going to press down, taking the reins.
We don't have anything. Okay.
I was hoping to get it dismissed because I'd be going to Toledo if I can get it dismissed.
We need some kind of report from us there. We got to hear why, so that's the issue. So you need to do something.
So I can go there and get my medical records from you.
The judge needs a report from us. Your Honor, Ms. Hill is still treating with Prestera, she's getting her medication, and that was one of the big issues in the past. So she doesn't have a report or anything from Prestera, so I told her she needs to provide one to the court, so we can just get another date.
What's the state's position on it?
We're not opposed to that, Your Honor. We have had some contact with alleged victims in this matter, and they do believe she's made some progress, and they don't feel that there's an ongoing threat at this time. So that sounds like some progress, but we wouldn't want her, we want verification as she's progressing in her treatment also.
When do you think you can get that? How long will you all get here?
I can get it today. I was going to go in.
Well, they're not going to wait all day today, though. We just need to have another date to come back. A week from now or 2 weeks from now, how long do you need?
Probably like a week.
Okay. Your Honor, whatever the court suggests.
Are you available the 16th? Are you here already the 16th? That's a Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay. January 16th will be the next hearing. Please furnish a report then.
At 10 a.m. Okay.
From Prestera.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. January 16th, 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are.
State of Ohio versus Tiffany Gonzalez, case number CRB 23718. Tiffany Gonzalez.
Your Honor, she was our last arraignment, or the arraignment, we agreed that she could appear by video. I've been communicating with her. She's having a little bit of problem getting online. So if we could just recall this.
And we'll recall later in the document.
Thanks.
State of Ohio versus Kristen M. Preston, case number TRC 171120.
Mr. Stratton's case, pretrial.
Community service. How long we got to So, honestly, I don't know what it is like the community center. When I went there, they gave me 2 hours. Like, that was from 5 to 8 hours. From 5 to 3:30 to 6 in the morning.
Your Honor, this is set as a pretrial. Actually, the only thing we're
on review.
Yeah, on review. All she has to do is her community service, but there has been some issues with that. I'll let her explain that to the court. She's got a couple more hours in on it, but she still has quite a bit to do, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead.
explain.
Yeah, I'll get to work at 5 o'clock at night and get off anywhere from 3:30 to 5:30 in the morning.
How many days a
So,
week do you work?
I've been working 6 days a week, but I want to ask him to start giving me 3 or 4 days off. That way I can get somewhere and get some community service done, or come down here, because I went to the community center, I guess, and I only got 2 hours, and I mean, I had to stay up for almost 2 days to get that 2 hours of community service in.
What about
So,
Sundays at the dog pound?
It needs to be called and scheduled, but they do work on Sundays.
Are you off on Sunday?
I don't have any set days off, but I want to work on getting a couple days off in a row, that way I can be
Well, I
around
didn't know, a lot of people are off Sundays but not off other days, so that's,
Yeah.
if you wanted to do that, you have to go to Arraignments to the dog pound. We'll schedule people on Sundays, so.
Your Honor, she's done community service, she'll have to make sure that gets turned in, because I don't worry about it.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I took that paper and he said that Chris or whoever is over top of it would send it in. And I was like, you're not going to sign that I've done it? And he said no. And I was like, and that's another reason I didn't want to continue to keep going there and then he's not signing my paper, so.
Chris Lovely is the one that's in charge of it, I assume.
Yeah, it was an older gentleman that was there when I got there, and, you know, he had me wipe down stuff and clean the mirrors, and asked him to sign my paper, and he said that he would send something in saying that I did it. So I don't know.
I have not received anything from the community center in a long time.
Yes, yeah.
Just follow up. Well, maybe not a great option for.
Yeah, that's what it
How
was.
about having a conversation with Mr. Lovely then? I think if maybe he knew what was going on, he might be a little more on top of it. But I assume they would like to have people sent there. Okay. So we'll try to get those hours in for you.
So how many hours does she have left to do?
I have a total of 30.
30?
She had a total of 30. If she's done 2, then she's got 28 hours left.
Okay.
And I know that I can come here, it's like between 7 and 8.
Yes.
Now, well, I guess I can talk to probation about it.
Another month?
Yes.
January 29th?
January 29th. See if we can get them done. by then.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
January 29th, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Franklin Petty. Case number TRC 231427, A, B, and C.
Mr. Steyer's case?
Your Honor, may we approach on this matter briefly?
Yes. What's his name?
I didn't ask him that, that's probably, I think there was a note that insurance was not noted on there, that he has brought insurance coverage. I should brought that up.
Where is it now? Is it state?
Patrol. So I'll get that, we'd like to ask for,
Okay.
Your Honor, as we discussed at bench, we have an agreed-to resolution to present to the court. Mr. Petty would plead to the charges that, as they exist, we're going to, well, I guess we didn't discuss what we wanted to do in terms of suspended time on the M1.
We'd leave that to the court's discretion.
So an amount of suspended time that's appropriate, and then on the first offense OVI, he would enter a guilty plea. We would do 20 days in jail, suspended to the 3-day school, 30 hours community service, a fine according to your formula based on his test result, 6-month license suspension, which would date back to the date of the incident. I have here, if I can approach, proof of insurance on the date in question. And we would ask for limited driving privileges for work, community service, and if the review hearing falls in the time frame of the review or of the suspension, any court appearances. And we would ask that the firearm that was seized in connection to the M1 case would be released to his father, whose name is
Chester,
Petty.
yes.
Yeah, Chester Petty, Your Honor.
Okay, you can show on the computer that he did furnish proof of insurance.
Will this be his first offense?
Yes. Okay, I'll impose a $400 fine. Order him to pay court costs, 6-month license suspension that started the day of the arrest, which was October 3rd. 20 days in jail suspended, to 5 days of community service, 2 years of level 4 probation. He has to go to the driver intervention program.
How much is that?
It varies depending on which one you go to. There's different ones all over the state.
Okay, and where I've been working for myself, does that driving privilege gives me a right to go job to job where I do it for myself?
Yes, sir.
You'd want to prove it. You'd want to have, I'm sorry, didn't mean to.
You get pulled over, you gotta prove that it's part of what you're doing for work.
So you want to try to have a written schedule as best you can. And as far as it varies, but I think in the local area, there is a program in Chillicothe, which is a little further than Portsmouth, but it is significantly cheaper.
You can go to any program that's approved by the state of Ohio. I know there's one in Scioto County that's the closest one in Portsmouth, but there's multiple ones throughout the state. The big cities would have multiple ones in each city. There's not one in Lawrence County right now. His review hearing will be June 28th. So you got till next summer to get this all done. If you get it done before then, you don't have to come back to court. If you don't have it all done by June 28th, you got to show up for a review hearing.
What days are community service on?
Every day but Sunday.
Or holidays.
Correct.
Okay, would I have to call into the court when I get up and find out, or just
Just show up.
Just show up on a Monday through Saturday and be here. What time do they need to be here? At 7:30, and you'll get a day of community service.
Show up on the west side of the building.
Do they go outside?
Yeah, they
meet outside? Okay, I didn't know that.
They come through the door and come to the probation office to sign in there.
Okay.
Figure out what we're doing.
They can come in that door on the west side.
Okay.
Okay, I'm giving him a permit to work for coming to court, going to community service, going to the 3-day school, doing his work. Anything else?
I don't believe so, Your Honor, no.
Okay. And on the improper handling, I'll impose a $100 fine. He's pled guilty to that also.
Yes, Your Honor.
$100 fine, no cost, 10 days in jail suspended. The gun, which, do we have a description of it?
We do. It's an SCCY CPX2 with serial number C475159. And that's also in the criminal affidavit.
Can you repeat that serial number?
The serial number is C475159. 5159.
Okay, so that gun is ordered returned to
Chester Petty.
who is the owner. So what you'll have to do, you get a certified copy of the order, you may assist him with this.
Yeah.
And then your father will need to go to the State Highway Patrol Post.
Let me bring ID with him.
To get the gun. You have to present
Okay.
that, you have to present that order from the court to them at the post. See, he also had failure to control his vehicle, was a charge, it was a B charge. I assume that was a B.
That is the B charge, Your Honor.
Okay, well, $20 fine. $20 fine on it.
Well, I can go ahead and pay the $20 fine today.
Okay. Go talk with Mr. Major, and then after that, you can pay what you can on your fines.
Your Honor, I have a CRB 23-597 too.
Well, I think that was the improper handling.
So,
Yeah, if I may, the ticket had it down as improper handling. I think it's actually weapons while intoxicated, 2923.15. That is the CRB 23-597. And then it was also on the ticket, with a different case, with a different statute number, but I think it's the same charge. So I would assume I don't know which we actually.
Denali, one of them. Do you care which one?
I don't care which one. I think we pled into the improper handling, so I think it would need to be the CRB that's knowledge.
CRB 23-597 is knowledge, since he pled to the TRC version. Yeah, the CRB just needs to be knowledge. You already got, everything's right.
oh, okay, I can just not.
You don't have to change it.
Okay.
It's knowledge, the CRB, it's the same, pretty much the same charge. Okay, he needs to see Mr. Major before he leaves.
I'll get you a copy of that order before you leave too.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are.
State of Ohio recalls Emily McCoy, case number PRD 193655.
All right, this is being recalled after we had a conference between Emily, Mended Reeves, and Bethesda.
Therapeutically, we still stand that it is in her best interest to transfer to Mended Reeds. They have a bed to take her today. We have transport here to take her to the house to get her things. We want what's best for her, and this has to be done.
Emily, are you on board with changing?
I wish that I could stay at Bethesda. I want to stay in treatment regardless, and if this is what they want from me, obviously I will be compliant.
Okay.
But if they would be willing to take me back, I would be happier with that. But overall, I just want
Sounds
to
like
say
you
he will
burned that
recover.
bridge. So here's the thing, because this hasn't been the first, I mean, I was looking through your file while this is going on. They complained about you before. This isn't the first time they come in and complain about the way you've acted. So you kind of had a notice that they weren't too happy with the way you were conducting yourself. So this is giving you a heads up, which you should realize is, well, I'm going to change the way I act when I go to this new place. You know, everybody's got rules they got to follow. You got to get out of bed at a certain time. You can't, and one of the things they complained about was you were told you couldn't take snacks into your room. I assume they have a kitchen or someplace where you can have those, but you can't have them in your room. You violated that. You got to comply with the rules, or you're going to get kicked out again.
Yes, sir. I've managed to make enemies inside of Bethesda, and it does not help. And I do think the Fresh Start would be very beneficial, and with the services that Mended Reed can offer.
Well, Mended Reeds is a very good facility too, so I think they can help you. You gotta want to be helped. You know, it's like I'm here to learn some stuff and change what's been going on in my life. That's the attitude you need to have, and I'm going to listen to what these folks tell me and try to do it to the best of my ability.
Yes.
Get clean, you know, the main thing is for you to get clean and stay clean.
I absolutely believe in myself for that.
Okay.
I know I can do that.
Because we know that it's really dangerous out there, and some of the stuff you were involved in before was really dangerous, and people are dying.
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
23.
And you've got such a long life ahead of you if you get clean. I'll just say this, and I don't think it's out there to say this. If you don't get clean and keep doing the stuff you've been doing, using the same substances, you are not going to have a long life. You are going to die early. And it could happen any time. I mean, look in the obituaries in the local newspaper. There's people in their 20s all the time that are overdosing and dying. I don't want you to be one of those people.
Meth destroyed my life.
Well, but you can build it back.
Yeah.
It's not hopeless. You can build it back.
I know I'll never use it again.
Okay, well, there's some things we need to work on. It's not that easy to say, well, I'm not going to do it anymore. We know it's it's difficult but doable. So we got folks here that can help you with not only the substance use, but there's probably also some health issues that need to be dealt with. So very, very good helping with that also. Okay, so let's come back pretty soon to see how things are going. January 16th, that's a Tuesday. So a little over 2 weeks, and I'll see you back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
You can do this.
State of Ohio recalls Tiffany Gonzalez, case number CRB 23718.
She's online now, Your Honor. Sorry about that. There was some confusion as to how to get online, but she's here now.
All right.
Your Honor, we just arranged this as the first pre-trial in this matter. We requested discovery. I just asked this be set for another pre-trial.
We're not opposed to that, Your Honor.
What date would you like?
Maybe the end of January sometime, Your Honor.
January 29th?
Yeah, it's coming out to be a good day.
January 29th for pre-trial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
All right.
State of Ohio versus Shayna Bartram, case number TRC 23-1827, A and B.
Mr. Morford, you're going to be representing Ms. Bartram?
In some capacity, yes, Judge.
All right.
This is a case that I agreed to stand in for Matthew Lombardi out of Cleveland. Now, I understand that lead counsel, Mr. Haskamp, had a conversation with Mr. Hill yesterday evening, and it's his desire to have a couple weeks with him which to file a motion to suppress, Your Honor.
Okay.
I hope I wasn't too convoluted.
Mr. Hill, do you have any comment on this?
Well, that is correct. We spoke about the case yesterday evening, and I suggested to Mr. Haskamp that if he wanted to sway me at all, he was going to have to provide a pretty convincing legal argument. And so he agreed to do that and reset the case.
And I have relayed your rule, Judge, that you want that motion specifically targeted to issues, not a blanket shotgun approach.
Yeah. And did he give you any time frame in which he thought he could follow
We didn't
Lombardi said 2 weeks. I'd probably ask you for 3 if you would. We would, of course, waive time.
All right, that's January the 19th. So I'm going to set it as a pretrial. And that'll be at 10 a.m.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Eplin, case number CRB 23589, A and B.
Brittany Eplin is Mr. Morford's case after pre-trial.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay, this is the first report, I think, and, no, not the first. Second. Sounds like progress is being made, there's still things being worked on.
So, yes, sir.
So that's good. February 2nd is the next hearing.
16th, Judge?
February 2nd.
February 2nd, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Darrell L. Runyon, case number CRB 23529. Darrell Runyon.
Darrell Runyon is Mr. Morford's case. And I had a note, which I can hardly read. It says if it completes substance abuse, and I guess it's anger management, will dismiss with payment of court costs and no further problem. Court costs have not been paid.
Back in September, Judge, I'm sorry. September is when that happened.
It looks like it was after that, but I don't have a date, doesn't have a date beside the note.
Okay. I can't help you as to his location, Your Honor.
Looks like it was here September 22nd for a pre-trial.
Yes, that's when I think he was supposed to go to anger management and substance abuse.
He does have a bond up. He has a bond up with, there's no explanation for non-appearance.
No, Your Honor, I have nothing to offer you.
Okay, I'll issue a warrant for non-appearing today. Notify Mr. Sellers that Mr. Raymond failed to appear. Set bond forfeiture. Oh, and Mr. Brooks reminds me, the fellow that was supposed to go to Meigs County on a Rule 4, I sent you a text about it. Supposedly, he's turned himself in, but we'll need to check it. I don't think it's on the docket today, but there's a warrant outstanding for him. Is that your warrant?
Was that the, golly, hold on, I'll tell you.
Well, let me do this and then I'll go back and check it. I've got a text on it. So let's check, set bond forfeiture for January 19th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Kyle Akers, Your Honor.
Yes, that's it. That's correct. Supposedly, his father, Mr. Sauer is trying to find him, talked to the father, said he was turning him in to Meigs County Monday of this week. I don't know if that happened. So we'll need to check and see.
We have a bond forfeiture on the 16th. for that matter, so.
Yeah, well, that was the reason, because he hadn't turned himself in in Meigs County. Was it, I think it was Rule 4. Does he have a case here also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, we have, it's
set
sentencing.
for the 16th for the
It's,
next.
the bond forfeiture is, he has a sentencing here on an OVI, and then he had the Rule 4 for Meigs.
Okay. Well, I guess I would.
Do you want to?
You know, either way, our opinion is that we've got a warrant for his arrest, I believe, or he's got a bond out. So whether he's turned himself in or not,
Your Honor, I just,
eventually we're getting back here.
he is, it's just showing, I was just shown that he is in Guy County Jail.
Guy County Jail.
Guy County Jail.
On a hold for mix.
I think
On a-
Meigs uses, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he has turned himself in, so.
Okay. I'll discuss it with Mr. Sowers then, because we still have a case here then, we need him back here on, so we probably need to leave our warrant outstanding then, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Good butch.
State of Ohio versus Travis L. Salyers, case number CRA 22791, CRA 22480, CRB 22420.
That just was a add-on, you were kind enough to agree to hear it. Mr. Sayers has graduated from inpatient treatment. I believe he'd like to get the next step of this case taken care of.
Your Honor, and Travis has been been an outpatient with us, and he's moved back to West Virginia, which means he'll have West Virginia Medicaid. And we don't accept that on an outpatient level. He's asking to transfer to a court-approved program in West Virginia so that he can continue treatment, which we are in favor of.
Okay. Well, congratulations on graduating.
Thank you.
Ms. DeMint is here from OVP, and they can take West Virginia Medicaid. OVP can.
Okay.
They have facilities there where you go outpatient.
Okay.
So I think,
I'm in the middle right now of getting a closure letter to West Virginia.
And we will continue to see him until that's accomplished because of prescription.
okay. He has a, one of these is a felony 5 possession charge. Well, there's actually 2 felonies.
Can you give me his case number?
His case numbers are CRA 22791, CRA 22418. So I would not be in favor of dismissing these at this point. I'd like to see him further into starting his transitioning to outpatient, but we don't have to follow you as much, but I want to see that happen so that you do well. We had set these, as I see it, for January 26th was his next hearing. So I think we should just keep that date. I'm okay with you changing facilities.
Okay.
I think OVP would be appropriate. There's other facilities in West Virginia that would take West Virginia medical card, but the OVP is here. You started with them, and they do work with the court. So I ask for you to talk to Ms. DeMint before you leave. If that doesn't work out, then go to another facility that my preference would be PROAC, Valley Health, RRG. Those are the 3 we really work with. Or OVP.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Judge.
Keep it up. Don't let up now. You've come a long way.
I appreciate it, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
State State of Ohio recalls Aaron Cottrell, case number CRB 23352.
Okay, you got a negative screen.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
By the way, I've got 6 months and 3 days today, Queen.
Congratulations. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'll just give you another review hearing date. Try to get me a report the next time as to what you're doing.
Okay.
With your counseling.
Yes, sir.
Since you're got quite a distance to travel, I'll set it out to February 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I can let you appear by teleconference if you want. And I know the counseling center has those facilities available. You can go there. We've had people go there and they
Okay.
just let them appear.
Yeah, I'll talk to
you
them.
log in, you can talk to Mr. Major about it.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Next hearing is February 23rd. Now, is that the day I set that trial? Yeah, it is. So I'm going to change that.
At what time?
I'm changing it to February the 16th. February 16th. Write that down. February 16th at 9 a.m. Okay, we're going to the jail by teleconference for some hearings now.
State of Ohio versus Jordan Irby at the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 23771. And Harold Maynard is on deck.
All right, is this Jordan Irby? Okay, your audio is muted.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. Your hearing is taking place here today. What we say is all being recorded. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes.
It's alleged that there is a warrant issued for you in Kentucky out of the Boyd County Circuit Court on violation of probation. So on a burglary charge was the underlying charge. You have a right to have an extradition hearing. That's a hearing to determine if you are the person being sought by the other jurisdiction, if there's good cause for me to order you to go to that jurisdiction. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed to represent you if you can't afford one. Do you want to have an extradition hearing? Do you want an attorney appointed to represent you?
No.
You want to agree to go back to Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to send down a form where you waive extradition. You sign that. So Boyd County is very close, obviously, so it's usually just a few days that they would come pick you up after you waive extradition. So they ask that no bond be set, but I think under Ohio law, I'm supposed to set a bond unless it's a murder case. So I'm going to set bond since they've asked for no bond. I'm going to make it high. I'm going to make it a $100,000 bond. Is that a bond you think you could post? Okay. So I'm going to give them a week to come pick you up. Usually it doesn't take that long. Usually it's 2 or 3 days they will pick you up.
Excuse me, what county is it?
Boyd. So the jailer's listening in. You should go ahead and let Boyd County know he's available to be picked up anytime now after this point. And they're ordered to pick him up. Well, I'm going to make it 8 days because we got a holiday in there. Yeah, January. Well, we'll keep it. That would actually be the 5th. So I'm going to order they pick you up by January 5th. 8 a.m. There's to pick you up by January the 5th by 8 a.m. And then if they need more time, they'll have to ask the court. and then place him on our docket for January 5th at 10 a.m. So if he's still in the jail, I want to see and decide how we're going to go forward then. Okay, so this will be faxed down to you to sign here in a little while, and then Boyd County will be notified that you're available to be picked up. Next hearing in my court will be January 5th. Hopefully you'll already be in Boyd County by then, and then this matter will be dismissed if you are in Boyd County then.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all.
State of Ohio versus Harold Maynard, case number CRB 23773, A and B. And Kim Sattel is on deck.
Sir, are you Harold Maynard?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maynard, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. This is your arraignment hearing. You don't have to say anything. You can remain silent if you wish to. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed for you if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, there's actually two charges. Do you understand those rights you have?
Yes, sir.
You got two domestic violence charges filed against you. The case number 773A, alleges December 29th of this year in Fayette Township, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Noel O'Brien, who is either a member of your family or household. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. The B case, 773B, alleges that Fayette Township, December 29th of 2023, you caused or tried to cause physical harm to Willa Maynard, who's either a member of your family or household. Also a first-degree misdemeanor of domestic violence. Do you understand these two charges?
Yes.
Do you have any questions before you enter a plea?
No, sir.
What plea do you wish to enter to these charges?
Not guilty, no.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a job?
Not yet, sir.
Mr. Stratton, I'll appoint you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stratton's going to be your attorney. He's here in the courtroom. He's heard your arraignment. What's the state's position on bond for Mr. Maynard?
Your Honor, first and foremost, I guess we want to know what the situation would be if he were released, where he would go.
Is there a protection order going to be requested?
Yes.
Do you have a place, Mr. Maynard, to go and stay other than with Willa Maynard and your person's name? Noel O'Brien. Do you have a place to stay other than with those two people?
Yes, sir. I knew the mother already.
And what's the name of that person?
Linda Maynard.
Linda Maynard, that's
That's my other daughter.
okay, your daughter. Where does she live?
I don't know the address, but it's not right at one, ground one.
But is it in Ohio or where is it located?
Yes, sir. It's still in Ohio.
South Point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to order that you stay away from Willa and, is it Noel? Yeah, Noel O'Brien. You have to stay away from them. Is that a problem?
No, sir, there's one.
And I don't want you texting them, calling them, posting things about them. Just let everything die down. Once you get out, don't stir things up.
I don't have a phone anyway, but I did take some.
Okay, well, that was gonna be my next question. How's your lawyer get in touch with you? Do you have a way you can be reached? Does your daughter have a phone or somebody else have a phone where you can be reached?
I wanted to use my wife's phone.
What's your wife's name?
Little later.
Oh, so, but your word to stay away from her.
Yeah, so,
Is there anybody else that you can be reached through?
You can reach me through my daughter's number, but I don't know her number.
You don't know her number? Okay.
I'd have to get out to you and get it.
Your Honor, I'm gonna call down there and give him my number.
Okay. Your lawyer's gonna call down and talk to you before you, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna release you on a signature bond that you promise to stay away from those folks and not have anything happen while you're out on bond. Come back to court. I'll give you a date when you're gonna come back to court. But he's gonna call down and talk to you before you leave the jail.
Yeah.
Okay, could I ask you a question, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
My vehicle, can I send my daughter over to my vehicle, my keys, and my wallet and stuff, and clothes?
Whose name's on the title?
Mine.
You can get your property as long as you don't breach the peace.
Right, I mean, can I get it, or do I need to send my daughter to get it?
Probably best if you.
Probably best to send your daughter, and I don't want there to be a big fight. I don't want
Right.
new charges to come out of it. If there's gonna be a big fight, like if your wife says, no, that's my car, I wanna drive it, then she's just gonna have to leave and come into court and let either this court or the domestic relations court make a decision as to who gets what.
I'll speak to him. I'll speak to him about that.
Your lawyer's gonna talk to you about this. He's gonna call down, and that's one of the things you can go over with him.
Yes.
Okay.
So we probably need, it sounds like maybe we need to come in sooner than later on this one.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So let's see what's available. Tuesday is okay. This upcoming Tuesday.
Oh, the second?
The second.
Oh, yeah, we could do that.
Want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Maynard, I'm going to release you today, and you're going to have the weekend out, but you got to come to court on Tuesday.
That's fine.
You know where the court is in Chesapeake?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Be here, and I'd suggest getting here a little early since you don't have a phone. Maybe you'll have some stuff you need to talk to your lawyer about. So
Yeah.
your hearing's going to be set on the 2nd, January 2nd at 10 a.m., but maybe be here a little before that.
Okay.
All right, I'll call down there and speak with him, Your Honor.
And I'm going to let you sign a $1,000 signature bond with a protection order to stay away.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Not guilty plea is entered for you.
State of Ohio versus Kim Sattel, case number CRA 23774 A and B. Jesse Thompson is on deck.
Ma'am, are you Kim Sattel? Ms. Sattel, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing. You should have copies of the charges were faxed down from jail this morning. Well, about a half hour ago. It's still morning. Seems like it's afternoon, but it's morning still. I'm going to go over those charges with you. You don't have to say anything about the charges, but what you do say is on the record, so it could be used against you. If you say, yeah, I did that, then the state can use it against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and you have a right to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand those things?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first charge, your case number 774A and B. The A case alleges possession of a fentanyl-related compound, and the state's alleging that in Union Township, December 28th of this year, you knowingly were in possession of fentanyl-related compound, that is a felony 5. Maximum penalty is a year in jail, $2,500 fine. 774B alleges that Union Township, December 28th, you knowingly were in possession of methamphetamine. That's a controlled substance, Schedule II controlled substance, possession of which is a felony 5. Maximum penalty, a year in jail, $2,500 fine. Do you understand these charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand, and I already asked you if you understood your rights, you said you did, right?
Yes, what happened was I was trying to explain to the cop yesterday, is my boyfriend got kicked out and had to go arrested yesterday. His buddy got a bag back to the house and went in his car. I was in the bag in the car when I was sitting in his car to the another place to get checked out. I didn't know it was in the bag.
Okay, so you're saying it wasn't yours.
No, sir. My boyfriend got arrested yesterday.
Do you want a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes.
Do you have a job?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
I work for Goodrich Construction of Burger King. I live in Mason.
Tell me again who you work for.
Just at Goodrich Construction and Burger King.
Are you paid by the hour for both those jobs?
Yes.
How much?
One of them at $10 an hour and one of them $9.75.
How many hours a week are you working?
40.
Okay, you're eligible for a court-appointed lawyer. So I'll appoint Mr. Morford to represent you. State's position on bond, and you live at, let me just verify your address, 2659 Rear, Guyan Avenue, Huntington?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hill?
Well, Your Honor, I'm about halfway through the narrative here, and it appears that Ms. Satel was the driver of the vehicle in which the drugs were located.
Right.
And I understand that she says that they weren't hers. However, it concerns us that she might be suffering from an addiction that...
I've been saying for over a year, sir. That was my boyfriend's thing. I go to I've been in this Boston program for a year and a half. I also completed an RSET program in prison. That was, I've been in trouble studying out of prison 10 years ago.
What program did you complete, treatment program?
RSET, the Prison Level Correctional Center.
In West Virginia?
Yes, sir.
So, our recommendation would be a $5,000 cash or surety bond unless she would volunteer to give a drug screen and show that she's clean today.
Did you hear that, ma'am?
I can get up to the money and take it out. I mean, I found out that my boyfriend had been sleeping with men, so yes, I did use.
Okay, so you would be dirty if you took a urine screen?
Yes, sir. The thing was not mine, but I had to use it. Because I thought I could sleep with men. I've been here with him for 5 years and found he didn't have the sexual relations with Daniel. So the lady wouldn't flip out.
Okay, well, are you willing to go back to treatment?
Yes, I would have been treated like whatever I can do today when I go. Because my dog's at my house, like my house is open.
Well, when you said you were clean, but these drugs belong to your boyfriend, I kind of question whether that's really good for your sobriety. You're living with somebody that's got fentanyl and methamphetamine in your house.
He's in jail now, so he won't be getting out. He's in there for the next 5 years.
What
I mean,
jail?
I'll tell you that anyway.
Okay. What jail is he in?
I guess first degree, and then the hospital, and then plastic and disease on the place.
So you would be positive for fentanyl and methamphetamine today if you took a test?
Yes, sir. Because I tested back all the things. I've been doing small for a year and a half.
Where are you getting the Suboxone?
I go to OBP.
You've been outpatient at OBP?
Yeah.
How long?
Like last 5-6 months.
Well, we can probably get a report on that and see
What's her name again, Your Honor?
Kim Sattel, S-A-E-T-T-E-L, date of birth.
It was Howland, the doctor's office is Howland something. It was by my house, that's what it was my apartment.
Valley Health is in Highland.
So it wasn't OBP then?
Well, Valley Health Howland was visiting. That's the OBP signs the hand that's hanging outside there.
Well, I think this is falling apart.
I'm pretty sure we have beds available though, Your Honor, if she's interested in, treatment. And Taylor said she does as well, so.
Okay. You have West Virginia Medicaid?
Yes, sir.
This residence at 2659 Rear Guy Inn, is that a rental or do you own that?
That's a real.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
They're in Luke, in Luke, and my father-in-law, and my new son, my daughter, and they're right.
So you don't have custody of any of your children?
I know, I talk to them every day though.
Well, it sounds to me like the best thing would be for you to go inpatient treatment.
Hey, I'm doing it every day as soon as I leave here. I got friends that have no living homes at all.
No, you don't get to pick. I'm going to pick where you go.
Okay.
That's the way that works. I think what we should do here, Mr. Morford, I'll let you call down and talk to her. Maybe if you want to get some of the folks from the treatment facilities to get involved, talk with her, and then come back and decide, finalize where we're going to go. But the more history I hear, it sounds to me like definitely she needs to go inpatient. And that gives you a place to live, too.
I have a place to live.
Well, one that doesn't have fentanyl or methamphetamine in it.
Well, they won't now that he's out of the house. And he's in jail for possibility employees.
All right, your lawyer's going to call down and talk to you. You can have the court's file, have you called back after you've had that conversation. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jesse Thompson, case number CRA 23775.
So are you Jesse Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. And this is your arraignment hearing on a warrant out of Kentucky.
Yes.
This is from Boyd County Circuit Court. They're alleging that you have a warrant that they want you extradited on to their jurisdiction. You have a right to a hearing on that issue for this court to decide if there's a good reason, if you are the person they're seeking, if there's good reason to send you to Boyd County. You can have an attorney and have one appointed on that hearing. It's called an extradition hearing. You can waive extradition and say, yeah, I'm the guy and I agree to go back there. If you don't want to do that, we can have a hearing about it. Do you want to have an extradition hearing or do you want to waive extradition and agree to go to Boyd County?
I am the person that went to court, but I did go to court and all that stuff taken care of. It's been probably 5 years ago. Do you know why they still?
Well, I'll just read you what I've got. It says, defendant failed to appear on August 26, 2021. They request no bond. They give me the statute number in Kentucky as to what they think you did. but I really don't know what that means.
So the failure to appear?
Yes. It says defendant is to be arrested for contempt of court for failure to pay court costs, fees, fines, failure to appear, and show cause why he did not pay.
Okay, I moved in 2019, so I'd say what had happened is when I moved, I had a new address and did not receive anything for that.
Okay. Well, do you want to have a hearing about it in this court, or do you want to go to Kentucky and have a hearing in front of Boyd County Circuit Court, which is where the warrant was issued?
Will the hearing take place now?
No. No. We'd have to appoint a lawyer and gather some information. Nobody knows anything but what this warrant says. That's all that's here. So if I appoint a lawyer, they'll have to gather some information. So it's going to take some time for that to happen.
All right, so I just go to Boyd County today, or when they come get me?
Well, when they come get you, usually 2 or 3 days, they'll come get you. They're going to have, you got some company riding over there, because I just had another fellow that's going to Boyd County from the jail. So that's up to you if you want to have a hearing in this court. But the only issue in this court is should I send you to Kentucky? Not did you do or not do what they allege. That court's going to have to determine that. I'll just decide if there's good reason to send you to Kentucky. That's the only issue that's before me.
Okay. So it'd be just better off to go over there and take care of it over there then?
Probably would be faster in the long run because.
Yeah, I'll just take care of it over there.
Okay. All right, again, I think under Ohio law, I'm required to set bond even though they ask for no bond, but I'm going to make it high since they're asking for no bond. I'm going to set a $100,000 bond. Is that a bond you think you can post?
$100,000 there's no way.
So Boyd County is ordered to pick you up in the next week by January 5th. Usually it doesn't take that long. And again, I'll say January 5th at 8 a.m. If you're still in the jail January 5th at 10 a.m., I'm going to see you again that morning by teleconference and try to figure out why you're still sitting in our jail. And I'm putting him on my docket for January 5th at 10 o'clock. So Boyd County to be notified that they've got a couple people, at least so far, to come pick up in our jail. The paper will be sent down for you to sign. This is a waiver of extradition hearing. You should be receiving it here this afternoon. Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to some hearings here. We'll come back to Ms. Sattel after Mr. Morford's talked with her.
State of Ohio versus William J. Wilburn. Case number TRC 23272, A, B, and C. William J. Wilburn. Mr. Cremose, Willis.
All right, this is the one we're going to recall. William Wilburn.
Your Honor, if you'll recall, this gentleman works out on the river, has limited access to phones. We couldn't mail him anything. I believe my office has tried to reach out to him a couple times, but we haven't had any success. I know we sent an email. I believe we sent an email to him as well, but he could be on the boat. He may not. I thought he was supposed to be off at this time, last time, but if we could maybe have 7 days before a warrant issues.
Well, we're not opposed, Your Honor.
All right, the warrant will issue in 7 days if he hasn't appeared in that time frame.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Ryan J. Planks, case number TRD 231541A and B, CRA 19718.
This page.
He tells me he's a Bethesda, Your Honor. I'm just looking for the table.
I think they're here.
Was, yes, she was. Earlier.
I have a note, I don't know how it relates to this case, or maybe it's on the wrong file. John Riggs is at OVP and is available, but has some sort of medical issue going on. Does that make any sense? Does that have anything to do with this case?
I saw his name on the docket. I don't think we do.
Okay.
Oh, he might be on TV, Judge.
Okay, so it's a different case.
Okay, yes,
That's a
yes.
separate case. John Riggs.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Riggs will come to you later. We don't have your file yet.
I'm sorry, what was that, Judge?
We're going to come back to you.
Okay, sorry.
Just making sure you were here.
You got a script for her.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it's a very good report. How do we want to proceed?
He's got a ways to go, according to Taylor. Judge, if we come back, I'm here any Friday in January.
January 26th?
Be fine, Judge, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good work.
I'll try, I won't say anymore.
I just seen that, and I thought.
Mr. Green's first day.
Okay.
We'll try to keep it light. No, just keep loading him up.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy J. Kearns, case number CRB 23-739.
Everyone else did the other, going through this, incomplete treatment. That is for everything. Looks like a good report, Your Honor. So I just asked that we continue. It is an F5 possession. And then see how he does, complete the program, and maybe get rid of that felony.
February 2nd?
Yes.
February 2nd will be the next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Preliminary hearing and pretrial. You're right.
And there's a pending theft charge, which we want to have a decision about whether it's going to be resolved on that day or whether we're going to set it for trial.
Yeah. You'll let us know at the next hearing.
Yeah, we'll take care of it next year.
State of Ohio recalls Heather Matney, case number CRB 23658.
Mr. Scott's case and set for pre-trial.
Correct, Judge. We were up here earlier. There was some miscommunication on my part with my client, but we had this resolved with the restitution. She doesn't physically have the restitution amount with her today, so she has to reset this very soon so she can bring that to the court, and this will be resolved. Looking at my calendar, January 5th.
Okay, January 5th will be the next hearing. Pre-trial at 10 o'clock.
There you go. Yes, sorry.
State of Ohio versus Monique D. Rooks on recall, case number CRB 23687.
Mr. Scott's case, pre-trial.
Another recall, Judge. I believe the state and I have a resolve on this one. This is indicted as a M1 assault. I believe the intent of my client in the state is to amend this to a disorderly conduct, minor misdemeanor type.
And we've reviewed all the facts of the case, quite a bit of evidence for this kind of a case. But in having done so and speaking with the alleged victim in this matter and got her consent, we are agreeing to reduce the charge or allow the charge to be amended to a minor misdemeanor disorderly conduct if she's willing to plead to that.
And we are, Judge, so we'd ask to change our plea from not guilty to guilty at this time.
Okay. And look up statute number.
Judge, I have it as section 2917.11 A3. There's a couple you can choose from.
Okay. That looks appropriate.
I believe so.
291711 A3. So this would be an MM.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And that's what it's showing. Okay, do you agree with what your attorney is representing to the court, Ms. Rooks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any recommendation on fine? Because I don't know anything about the case other than I think this came about over a car wreck?
It was, yeah, it was a series of it was two times, I guess, the cars bumped and tempers got flared between the two young ladies, some pushing and shoving and hitting that went on as a result of it. No major injuries at all.
No restitution for that?
No restitution. So we really don't take any position on the amount of the fine.
On the fine, Judge, the only thing I would offer is my client's been out of work since this happened because of the impending M1. So just take that into consideration with any fine amount, if at all.
All right, I'll impose a $50 fine and court costs.
Thank you,
Your
Judge.
Honor.
Can she pay that today or?
I can pay a portion of it, yes.
Okay. If she can't pay it today, I really need to put her on probation until it's paid. Or
How much is the
delay
full
sentencing.
amount?
With $50 fine, court costs are $120 here.
Are you court appointed?
I am.
So it'd be 135, right?
135 plus 50, so
185.
185.
That's fine.
You can do that today.
That's fine.
She can do that today, Judge.
All right, no probation if she pays the fine and court costs today.
Okay. Thank
See
you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
You're
Your Honor.
welcome.
Thanks.
State of Ohio recalls Keon Gage, case number CRA 23-238. This is Mr. Morford's case.
How you doing, Judge?
Good. Need Mr. Morford in the courtroom. Well, this was a review hearing that you missed this morning?
Yeah, I had to catch a Uber here.
Okay. Where are you living now?
I live in Huntington.
Do you have any payment on your funds today?
Actually, that's what I was coming to tell you about. I just started working like for the last 2 months, and I got 4 kids, and all of their birthdays have just passed, and I haven't had like the extra money to come and pay anything on it. But I get paid like next week, and I can come and like make a payment down.
Okay, I'll continue your review hearing. I'll make it January 22nd will be your next review hearing at 9 a.m.
All right, thank you.
That's all you've got, really, is to pay your fine and court costs. Once it's paid, you can quit coming to these hearings.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at, because I just had to get through Christmas and my kid's birthday and stuff, and it's like...
You can't pay, you can do community service for extra credit toward your fines and court costs.
Well, where can I do that at?
That man right there, Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
Okay. January 22nd is your next hearing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
State of Ohio recalls Darrell Runyon, case number CRB 23529.
All right, Mr. Runyon is here now.
Yes.
You got contacted by Mr. Sowers. Mr. Morford, it's your case. My notes were, well, it's actually Judge Hall's. If he completes anger management and substance abuse counseling, the case would be dismissed with payment of court costs and if there's no further problem. So I don't have any evidence of any of that happening. I don't know if it did or not.
Have you been to any counseling, Mr. Runyon?
I was down to the rehab place down here in South Point, but it's a rehab, and they don't really do anger management.
We do. There was a conflict. His girlfriend is actually in treatment with us, and there were some prior charges that don't allow him in our facility.
Okay.
So we referred him to Hope Source.
But I made an appointment to Sony Hills down here on Cold Road, and they're supposed to do my anger management through the
Substance abuse.
Yeah, it's for mental health.
You have an appointment to go there now?
I made an appointment to do that after New Year's.
Today, you're talking about?
After New Year's.
After the new year, Your Honor.
And then I'll start paying on the court costs.
Well, I guess this is only, the third time we've actually been here. If he's going to go to another treatment provider and actually take it seriously, we'd be willing to go ahead and extend that opportunity to him. Another alternative is if he wanted to shorten the process a little bit, having plead guilty to the pending charge, and we'd recommend a 30-day suspended jail sentence and have him do the treatment as part of his probation.
Your Honor, he also continuously tests positive for methamphetamines.
For what?
Methamphetamine.
No, that's not good either.
No.
But I live with a person that got domestic violence on me, and I sit there and work on my house, and I'm sitting there with her for my baby. I'm helping with my baby, that's all I'm doing. And I'm gonna do rehab later on, but I mean, they tell me to do out of rehab, I just see my old lady. Now they tell me I can't even see my fiance.
Well, there was no protection order issued. She didn't want one, from my notes, but...
That's the wife.
No, I'm talking about my fiance.
Oh.
She's in treatment, and she is under the care of Ironton Municipal Court. Again, he has
He's got a
charges.
wife and a fiance?
Yeah.
No, I got an ex-wife and a fiance.
Okay. I'm getting confused.
The type of charges that he has previously do not allow him on our property. So it's not something that we're doing, it's the state says no.
But I was told to get out and I'll be able to see my
Again,
fiance.
I'm telling you that the charges that you have don't allow you on the property.
All right, and I haven't been there.
I appreciate that.
He does have a bond up, so.
Well, it sounds like substance abuse is an issue that maybe hadn't been identified previously.
Well, the notes were that he was supposed to get both anger management and substance use.
That's what I
Oh,
had.
yes, you're right. Okay, so, I guess,
I'm supposed to do rehab too?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Sir, when we were here in September, an agreement was reached that if you would go to anger management and substance abuse treatment, that Mr. Hill would take that in consideration as how to end this case, how to dispose of it.
I didn't know that. I would have said then rehab.
And you got to do it. Now you can't pick and choose when it's convenient for you to do it. You have to do it when the court orders you to do it. Do you understand now that you are supposed to do anger management and substance abuse counseling?
Well, I mean, I was under the influence that I was supposed to do anger management and pay a court cost.
Okay, well, there's substance abuse.
well, they
Component.
apparently drug screen you. Don't they drug screen you when you go to counseling?
Yeah.
Well, then it sounds like you're
But
getting.
they pay me like 6 times in a week.
It's
So-
randomly pulled, the names are randomly
All right,
pulled.
and it's relevant to the case, it's in the affidavit where he says, according to the AFM, which is the deputy, he says, I haven't smoked meth since this morning.
I told the cops that.
That's what the police officer says in his affidavit, sworn affidavit.
I don't remember telling no cop that. I wouldn't have told a cop that. But I mean, I'll go to rehab if y'all want me to.
We want you to. I don't want you to do methamphetamine. That's not good stuff. And that's what's alleged and what alleged that you were testing positive for.
Yeah, I will. But I told him I was dirty too.
Well, where is it that you think you're gonna go? Because you said you had an appointment.
Well, I'm going to Sony Hills down there in Cold Road.
So-
It's a mental health place, and they do both.
Southern
It's
Hope.
Sony Hills.
Southern Hope is on, I don't know any other that's around.
You know down there in Cold Road behind the fire station?
Culver.
Yeah.
Shawnee,
Yeah.
Shawnee Mental Health.
It's a mental health, and they do substance abuse too.
You know, good luck getting them to give us a report.
He said he would even come to courtroom and do that.
How's the state going to proceed?
Well, I mean, if he's taken it upon himself to go there, but there is the challenge of getting them to bring reports to the court, allow you to bring a report to the court about how you're doing, because we got to have updates.
I will.
So we're willing to do that if they're willing to waive time.
We'll wait time.
Okay, we'll try it another month. January 29th will be the next hearing. I'll let Mr. Sowards know that you showed up, so he won't be tracking you down and throwing you in the trunk of his car and taking you to jail.
Okay.
Do you understand that you have to get
Substance,
substance abuse and anger management?
Yes.
And bring a written report with you for Judge Capper when you come back. Because he's gonna look and see if you're clean and compliant with whatever plan that Shawnee Mental Health comes up. And they are very bad about getting reports here. So I'm gonna write down here so you don't forget. Bring report.
Okay, next hearing, January 29th.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus John Riggs, case number CRB 23-528.
And Mr. Riggs is on teleconference.
Yes, sir.
At ODP.
Yes, Your Honor. He has been with us inpatient since December 15th. He came to us from Cabell Huntington Hospital, so he has a PICC line in his arm, so he's not able to leave our center until that's removed.
Okay.
But he is compliant with the program, and he's doing well.
All right. And so he's going to be there at least till January 21st?
Yes, until he's complete with his IV antibiotics and all of his medical issues, he will be at our inpatient center.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Riggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to go to a long-term, there's a place over in Kentucky called Regroup through the old Rainy Step Home, and remember my PO and stuff, we all agreed that he recommended that I went. He didn't make an order, but I'm going to do that just so I have extra security and stuff. A little bit more time in recovery,
All right. Now, at one point you had a job, right? When you first came to court, you had a job.
I still actually have my boss. He came and see me here for Christmas, and he's just waiting on me till I get medically clear. I tried to go back to work, and I worked like 3 days. My back, I had an infection on my back, and he said just get better. And he's he's kind of like a sponsor too. He's a Christian man, and he's my best friend, so he's still waiting on me to go back to work. So.
Okay, well, let's set this for January the 19th, so that'll be right before you're ready to get out. We'll decide how we're going to go forward then. So I'll put it on the docket, January 19th at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Douglas Claxon, or Clavon or Claxon, case number TRB 23-1663.
Claxon, C-L-A-X-O-N. Okay, I've got this set as a sentencing today.
Yes.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
They actually had set for pretrial, and then it was messed up on his paper as well. Should have been pretrial.
Who's your attorney?
I haven't gotten one yet. I was going to see if I could get it postponed and have a little more time.
Okay, is driving under suspension. Have you got your license reinstated?
Well, that's the thing. I've paid my fines and everything. Almost, anyways. I've had to do years. Well, in Kentucky, you got to pay your taxes on your vehicle every year, and mine's like $500 a year, and then you get your tags, and then you get. Then I done the insurance already, and I paid the $160 fine over there. So all I gotta do now is pay to have my license reinstated and finish I owe $100 on my fines. And if I was able to get till let's see, about 3 weeks, then I'd be able to get it all done.
Are you working?
Yeah, I work at Superior Marine, but we've slowed down the past few weeks a little bit.
So Fridays are better for you?
Yes, sir.
I'll set it for February the 9th, that's your next hearing.
Thank you.
February 9th, 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Brittany L. Smith, case number TRD 22673, A and B.
You're welcome. This is set at sentencing.
Here's already. There's two things. Let's see. I'm bringing Ellis. I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
You're Brittany. Okay, I'm on Brittany, sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
Brittany Ellis.
Brittany Ellis.
I'm
yeah.
Brittany M.
Okay, gotcha.
This is a driving under suspension, safety belt. She was given some time to get things straightened out. I think back in the fall of 22, didn't appear for sentencing hearing. And then you either came in on your own or got arrested
I came in on my own.
in November of this year. And I set it for another hearing today. Have you gotten your license back, or what's going on?
No, the thing was, I was supposed to show you a paperwork about the insurance, stating that I had insurance back on when I got whatever. I've had, I just recently moved, and my daughter's birthday and Christmas and all that stuff, and I didn't have very much time to get it, my paperwork. So if I could get maybe just a few more weeks to get that that documentation, that would be great.
When do you think you can have it?
Well, my cousin that had my insurance, she lives in Gallipolis, so I can, it's just with the holidays that was around, it was just kind of hard, but I can make my way up there soon.
January 19th?
Yeah, that'd work.
January 19th for sentencing.
And what was the date that I needed to have that insurance on? Do you remember?
Yes, I'll look it up.
Okay.
Your ticket was March 14th, 2022. So you need proof that you had it in effect then.
Okay.
If you don't have the card, you can go to the company. It's easier if you've got a local agent and they can give you some proof that you were insured on that day.
Okay. Okay. And what time does my court on?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
on January 19th.
All right. And if I just bring that paperwork, then I'm pretty much just, it'd be okay? Like if I'd be dismissed after that? Is that how it works?
Well, no, it just means, what that means is, see, if I go ahead and process this and send you to anything, you're going to get another suspension from the B&B.
Okay.
And the reason you're getting the suspension is you have to have proof of insurance.
Right.
At the time, and you didn't show it to the officer, so you put in the ticket, no proof of insurance. When they see that, say, we haven't processed it and sent it on to them yet. If I sent you to anything, and we send it on, then they're going to see that you didn't have insurance, and then they're going to suspend you for not having proof of insurance. Now, you've already pled guilty to, you were driving under suspension, right? That was the main problem.
I had my license at that point in time. The only thing I just didn't have was my insurance. I didn't have proof of it at the time.
Well, my notes were you pled guilty. I mean, I could go back and look at that again, but I think I didn't want to send you because you were going to wind up getting another suspension.
Yeah, because you said, the only suspension I have is through here, right?
I'm sorry?
The only suspension I have is like through you, and it's not through the DMV. So if you sentence me, then it'd be through the DMV. Like they would suspend, like.
Well, let's see. Now, this is old. We haven't checked it for a while. I'm showing, this is a printout from back when your citation was entered. You had a security suspension from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, but that looks like it was expired. You had a non-compliant suspension from the B&B. required you to show proof of insurance from September 14, 2018 to September 14, 2023. You had a violator compact suspension from Huntington Municipal Court. It looks like that got released. You had a suspension from this court. Let's look that case up, see if there's anything on that. So, TRD 15-01597, 15. Was it ever paid? Was paid? Okay.
On 58.
Okay, so that one should be lifted. She had a case number 181812 from this court. 181812. TRD case number.
Should take that one.
Okay, that's done. That looks like it's it.
So just get that paperwork and bring it to you, and then we'll go from there?
Yeah.
All right, awesome, thank you.
January 19th, 10 o'clock.
Thanks.
State of Ohio versus Shelby Sprouse, case number TRD 191068, Shelby Sprouse.
Shelby Sprouse has failed to appear. So there should be a bench warrant, failure to appear, and license suspension. These are traffic cases.
State of Ohio recalls Kim Sattel of the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 23774, A and B.
Mr. Morgan's case.
Yes.
All right, Kim Sattel. There she is, all right. Your attorney's here in court. Ms. Kamen is here from OVP. Assuming you had some conversations, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Judge, I've talked with Ken and Taylor and Brianna were in on that telephone call. OVP has assessed her, has accepted her, and has a bed available now, Judge. If we would ask you to release her on an OR bond only to inpatient treatment at OVP.
I'll set on at $2,000 OR, be released inpatient only to OVP. Come back for the next hearing on January 16th for a preliminary hearing with the time waiver.
Looks that way.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, do what you need to do what they tell you to do when they tell you to do it. Get a good report when they come back.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so that finishes up at the jail.
State of Ohio recalls James C. Jones, case number TRC 23536. It's Mr. Cremino's case.
James.
He's here, Your Honor. It was the restroom. He's here, Your Honor. He's lining up the restroom. He came in the courtroom a minute ago. I don't know that we...
James Jones, come into court.
Your Honors, as noted earlier, we had originally thought this was going to be set for evidence today, but in the pretrial docket, which probably works out, given that we have another one set. So if we could reset this on February 2nd for Mr. McCown. Do it as a pretrial, Your Honor, so that he'll have enough time to be able to get familiarized with the case, and if he feels that anything else needs to be filed, he can do that as well.
All right, pretrial on motion, February 2nd, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Brian.
State of Ohio versus Leah Maynard, case number TRC 23671, A and B.
Yeah, we'll also need Mr. Major to help us with.
I can.
Oh, you can do it? Well, good.
Here, please, have a seat.
I've got two of them.
Okay, which one do you want to do first?
This is the first one.
Okay.
I believe that's the first one. Does that say dash cam on there?
It does.
Okay. The files were so big, I had to put them on two different.
Yeah, they are huge in this one. Like abnormally large.
Yeah, and trying to get them to, trying to figure out how to edit them, finding a piece of software that will do that. Pain.
I had trouble getting them uploaded to our server because they were so large.
Okay, so that, I take it this is going to be a public hearing?
Yeah, sure.
We have an agreement as to what the actual issues are?
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and Mr. Hill spoke about this a couple of days ago, and we've agreed to bifurcate the hearing, so we're not dealing with anything with any type of testing. It's just up through the arrest and probable cause for the arrest.
Okay.
We're satisfied that we understand the specifics. Done enough of these that are similar.
All right, do you want to make any statements or before we start?
We'll just proceed this time.
All right, call your first witness.
We call Trooper Jewell.
Trooper, you'll come up to the first chair there, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, sir.
Trooper, tell the court your name and where you are employed.
Trooper Jewell, employed with the Ohio State Highway Patrol at the Ironton Patrol Post.
Were you working for the Highway Patrol on June the 2nd, 2023? And were you actually on duty that day?
I was.
Did you have contact with Leah Maynard at 2:43 in the morning on that day?
I did.
If you see her in the courtroom today, could you point her out, please?
I do. Standing by Mr. Green.
Record will show the point of the
So you were out on the road patrolling at that time?
I was headed toward a call for service,
Okay.
so I was actively headed toward the call.
And what did you see about Ms. Maynard that first drew your attention from her?
First drew my attention to Miss Maynard's car was her making weaving in the distance ahead of my patrol car. That's why it first drew my attention.
Okay. And where were you when you first observed her?
I was at State Route 7 near the intersection of State Route 243, Cerrone Township.
So after you saw the weaving, did you continue to observe her?
Yes, I caught up, get closer, get a better look on Miss Maynard's car.
And you say you were on another call.
Yes.
And so did you see her in front of you and you were following her?
We were headed the same direction, yes. The priority was to go to that call, but it is concerning whenever you're seeing an individual where a car is weaving within the lane, then ultimately make lane violations.
Now, after that first observation of lane violations, what did you observe after that? Did you continue to follow her?
I continued to observe lane violations, observed Miss Mayor's car drive left of the center, and then once turned onto the on-ramp, straddled the lane divider and failed to stop at a red light, then turned right onto the State Route 7.
So when you first saw her, she was traveling northbound on State Route 7?
Yes.
And then she made a left onto the on-ramp for the
State
bridge,
Mm-hmm.
but didn't go around to the bridge?
No, she turned right.
And then when she turned right, what road was she on?
She turned, it would be still State Route 7, it would be the new State Route 7.
Okay. At some point, you determined that you would initiate a traffic stop. Is that right?
At some point, but we are not to that point.
Okay. Well, explain what happened after where you left off on your narrative. Go forward.
Yeah, she turned right onto, I believe it's what, Township Road 410?
Would that be 403?
403. Turned right there. I watched her after she turned right. She took a wide turn and drove left of center half the distance, or she straddled the line. She was halfway into the left lane, halfway in the right lane. I continued, headed toward the direction of my call for service, which was down by State Route 7, if I remember correctly, State Route 7 and all State Route 7 where they meet. So it's on down State Route 7. Whenever I observed make that egregious lane violation, that's when I quickly turn around to catch back up with her vehicle. I continue to watch her driving behaviors due to, at this moment, I'm calculating which take precedent, because the call for service was an individual sitting Indian style in the roadway, and whenever the caller stopped to check on him, that he would not respond. So that, to me, takes a pretty high precedent. The individual sitting in the middle of the roadway, it's dark out, roadway is not lit, and they're not, I mean, if you're not responding to an individual talking to you, you're placing yourself at extreme risk.
So you had two different emergencies that you were looking at one time?
Yes.
At some point then, you broke off from your original reason for being out there, your original call?
Yes.
And what caused you to do that then?
The sheriff's office went out to check the area as well. They were unable to locate the individual. So they wanted me to continue to check State Route 775, but they were in the area. Due to the lane violation, there's no driving behavior I observed through Miss Maynard's vehicle. I determined that I need to at least stop and check and see what's causing the driving behaviors. It wasn't until she turned on to, I believe it's what, Township Road 1055 that I.
So you followed her there, and then at that point you initiated a traffic stop.
I did.
Was it your observation of the various driving infractions that you witnessed that caused you to initiate the traffic stop? Now, at that point, without ever having made personal contact with her, had it entered your mind that she could possibly be impaired by some sort of alcohol or illegal substance?
I believe that's the very, I mean, it's reasonable that she could be, yes.
That morning, was your patrol vehicle equipped with camera equipment, facing a forward-facing video camera and a camera facing the back seat of your cruiser and then a body camera? Were all three of those working?
Yes.
I'll stipulate to the video.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You've reviewed those videos in preparation for the hearing today? I'm going to play the dash cam. Now, the 45-second mark of this video, is that defendant's taillights that are in front of you?
It is.
Are you still on your way to that other call? And you just happen to be going the same direction that Ms. Maynard was headed?
Yes.
Are you able to, and I realize it may not be that easy, but tell what traffic infractions you had already observed at this point?
It would be traveling left of there, or, well, the actual violation would be left of there on State Route 7, left of there, driving outside the lane there on the on-ramp, and then failure to stop at the red light.
More or less rolled through the red light?
Yes.
decision?
I observed Ms. Maynard's car drive half the width of her car into the opposite lane.
Is that as she made the turn,
Yes,
right
she
turn?
took a wide turn.
Had you also at that time learned that you maybe the other emergency wasn't something you needed to respond to immediately?
At this point, I needed to evaluate, at this point, I was weighing which one took precedent. I was very...
So you were convinced that you needed to address the
Yes.
situation in front of you?
Yes.
At that point, is she entirely out of her lane?
Yes.
Stay around,
Did that video that we just watched fairly and accurately represent what you witnessed during this stop?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to have that, I'm going to ask that that be admitted as Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
I'd already stipulated.
He's admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
So you initiated a traffic stop there. Did Ms. Maynard hit or strike or scrape the mailbox as she was stopping?
Yes, she clicked the mailbox to make contact with the mailbox.
So at that point, did you make personal contact with Ms. Maynard?
I did.
Did you ask her to produce her driver's license, proof of insurance, and vehicle registration?
I did.
Did she have any problems doing that?
She was unable to locate her insurance. Whenever she handed me her ID, and she informed me that she would need to look up her ID or her license on her phone. I then informed her that Sherry handed her.
I'm sorry.
Sherry handed her license, asked if she had another form of license on her, that she needed to show me on her phone. She later was able to provide the registration.
Did that indicate to you that there was some confusion in her mind about what she was producing for you?
It's out of ordinary, yes.
Did you ask her,
Mr. Austin, Registrar's Proof of Insurance.
That's my license. I think registration's in the, building department.
Yeah. Very good.
It's right there.
It's right there. Where's that?
Oh, there's one there. I don't know my license, but I pulled it from one of them. You okay with that?
Yes, that's fine. But did they get the license here? Do you have a different license?
No, that's my license, and that's my registration, but my insurance is probably on my phone, because I don't have it in my building department.
Okay, so you did your insurance there. Okay.
now at that point, did you ask her where she was coming from?
I don't think, I haven't asked her yet where she was coming from, but I did later ask where she was coming from. I did ask where she was headed to.
What did she tell you?
She informed me that she was coming from Huntington. I come from the Proctorville Bridge. But it was not the case because I observed her vehicle clear out 7-243.
So she was being untruthful about where she was coming from?
I mean, it's not the truth.
What is your address?
214 Township Road, Central Park. I'm sorry, the next one.
Is it quicker to take 775 to here or what?
I'm not even sure what 725 is.
Okay, you took, okay, so, yeah, I was behind you, I guess, when it came off 243 maybe?
Yeah, well, I came across Martinville Bridge because I came from Huntington, but
You came from which bridge?
from Huntington, the 31st Street Bridge. From the east end,
Okay.
the Martinville Bridge.
Okay, okay. Now, that's not really where you're coming from. You're more down toward 243, I was behind you there before we came up toward the bridge.
I promise I came across Huntington Bridge, but I came by the bypass. I got across Huntington Bridge and hit the bypass.
Anyway, there's being multiple lane violations, and whenever you turn there, I mean, you split, you went way outside the lane there, so I ended up having to turn, and I was going to do their call, turn around to, you see, your driving behavior there, huh? And then, where to stop you, sideswipe this mailbox, there's a reason, you're on the roadway.
I sideswiped the mailbox?
If you look right behind you, yeah, you walked into the mailbox.
That's right, I thought.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you slide that.
Now, as a result of the traffic violations you observed the fact that it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, confusion about her driver's license, the fact that she was not truthful about what direction she'd been coming from, the fact that she denied coming into the mailbox. Did you decide then to have her come out of the vehicle?
Yeah, so based upon the cues I documented on 2255, my reasoning to start standard field sobriety tests is I pulled her out of the vehicle or asked her to exit the vehicle.
Now, as a state trooper, are you trained to conduct standardized field sobriety tests? And those are the ones that are sanctioned by the state of Ohio that are put forth by the National Highway Safety Transit Authority, whatever it is. NHTSA. You've passed that course and certified to do the field sobriety tests.
I am.
Prior to the hearing, I asked you to review some copies from the NHTSA manual to determine if they're accurate. And did you do that?
I did.
Did you conduct field sobriety tests?
I did.
I have this marked as State Exhibit 2 for identification. And I would like for you to identify.
Can I see what that is real quick?
Yeah, it's from the NHTSA manual.
Just want to see what section it is. Section 8.
Can you identify that, please?
This is pages or copies of pages from the copy of the 2023 revision of the standard field sobriety test manual.
That's
Produced by NHTSA.
it's a 2023 manual. Were you trained on the 2018 manual?
I was.
But have you reviewed the 2023 manual?
Yes, I have.
And you are able to conduct field sobriety tests with any kind of variation that there might be in the language of the two manuals?
Yes.
This is for, I'm sorry, this is for modified robbery.
Take it right.
As part of your training, do you also receive training and certification in the Advanced Roadside Impairment Driving Enforcement?
I have.
Called ARI. And that is a form of training that helps to, for you to look for indications of impaired driving also,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I had you look at the pages from the 2023 ARI manual concerning modified robbery test. And I've had that marked as Exhibit 3, and I'd ask you if this is the copy that is in keeping with the 2023 manual.
Yes.
Accurate. But Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Exhibits 2 and 3 be amended.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, before you began to conduct the standardized field sobriety test, did you have preliminary questions that you asked to determine her defendant's ability to perform them in such a way that you get accurate results?
I did.
What did you ask her?
Asked if she had any recent head injuries or inner ear infections, Also asked if she had any back or leg issues that prevented her from walking straight or keeping her balance. And I also asked if I briefly asked if she's seen a medical doctor recently for anything, but in turn just asked if she was in overall good health, so she stated that I hope so.
Did you learn anything that would indicate that maybe she would not be able to perform any of the field sobriety tests?
No, she did not address any concerns.
Check the out, you are good. That's right. That's fine. So we can. I'm trying to hold my insurance question.
Now, at that point, had you already asked her out of the car?
I did.
And had she already indicated that she would get out of the car?
Long story, but my best friend had a situation with her boyfriend, so
Trooper, at this point, does it appear to you that she was looking at her phone?
She was.
Do you know what she was trying to do there, or?
She was trying to pull up her insurance.
Okay. So you were allowing her extra time to do that?
I'm trying to call, you know. I'm going to get logged into my Bible. I'm trying to pull my insurance up, but that's what it's saying.
Okay. I'll just go ahead and have you slide that out. So I'll give you that back there. I'm just going to slide that in front of my car there. I'll take off or turn off the front flashing lights there. So I'll just hang out right here. And this is the door. Comfort filter. Have you had your recent head injuries? Ear infections, and background issues, you walk through and keep your balance. Okay, I can never see a doctor or anything. Like you're pretty healthy, you can say. Okay. All you do is fit.
Stand on field sobriety tests.
I did.
And what was the first test that you conducted?
First test I conducted was a horizontal gaze in the stagnant.
Before we delve too deeply into this, can I see Exhibit 2 while we're going through this, State's Exhibit 2? Unless you're using it directly, Phil.
Yeah, it's right here.
Thank you.
First of all, what is horizontal gaze nystagmus?
Horizontal gaze nystagmus is the involuntary jerking of the eyes as the eyes move to the side.
Why is that used to determine whether a person is impaired by alcohol or some other substance?
It's used to determine whether an individual is impaired by alcohol or another drug or dead seizure. Will be due to the alcohol impairs the central nervous system, because the CNS, the present, so it affects the eyes, the central nervous system. It breaks down the communication between the CNS and the eyes for smooth movement. And it causes, you can't control the involuntary jerking of the eyes whenever it's induced by alcohol.
Now, I'd like for you to explain the procedure for conducting the horizontal gaze nystagmus test.
Procedure is you place the individual into an optimal position, which is per the manual, you'll instruct them to place their feet together, their arms down to their side, and follow the stimulus with their eyes only. You're going to place the stimulus 12 to 15 inches in front of their nose, slightly above the eye level. And you're going to instruct them to follow their eyes only and to follow the stimulus until told to stop. At that point, before starting the test, you administer pre-test or test, which you're checking for equal size, arresting nystagmus, as well as equal tracking, the eyes tracked equally.
Okay, so beginning with those last three things, did you do those?
I did.
And did you observe anything of note on those?
I observed nothing out of the ordinary that would cause me to not proceed with the test.
Do you need my, you still need that?
No, you can put it back. I just need to look at it real quick. Is this a copy for me or is this?
Yeah, you can. So, what instructions would you provide someone who's going to submit this?
Me, I informed them to face the direction and away from any strobing lights or anything, although you don't have to, it is helpful. I instruct them, face me, place your feet together. I instruct the individual, interlace your fingers, place underneath their chin. That way I can see their hands at all times. Per the manual, it advises that officer safety takes precedent. That is the number one priority. So whenever I'm focused on the eyes, it allows me to be able to see the hands.
We introduced three.
Yes.
Three, next one will be four.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Exhibit 4 and ask you to identify that. What is that document?
This is the impaired driving report that I've completed.
For this case?
Yes.
Okay, in this case, on the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, what did you observe with this defendant?
I observed 6 out of 6 clues, which are just the lack of smooth pursuit, sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation, and onset of nystagmus prior to reaching 45.
So 6 out of 6 possible clues, is that right?
Yes.
I want you to maybe give us some detail on what each of these things mean. what lack of smooth pursuit, distinctness, factors of maximum deviation, and onset of nystagmus before 45 degrees, what they each mean, and in the order that you would administer them.
So first I've checked for lack of smooth pursuit. Lack of smooth pursuit is the eyes are able to smoothly follow the stimulus from the center to the side. Essentially, eyeballs should roll or should move smoothly as they roll, as like a bowling ball rolling down a lane should be smooth. There should be no jerks or inconsistent movement, pauses. It should just follow the stimulus. Then I check for distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation. So you bring the eyes to the end of the eyelid, or as far as they would go. And then you check for distinct and sustained nystagmus at minimum 4 seconds. So you're checking for the jerking of the eyes, the bouncing of the eyes as the eye is at the end of the eyelid. Now check onset nystagmus. So at what point does that jerking begin? And does it begin prior to reaching 45 degrees from the center?
So you do that for each eye?
Yes.
And that makes a total of 6?
Yes.
In this case, you saw nystagmus in all 6 of those?
I did.
Now, did you conduct the horizontal gaze nystagmus in substantial compliance with NHTSA standards?
I believe I have, yes.
Basically, they're going to push your feet together. You interlace your fingers, place underneath your chin. See the top of the pin there? What you do is going to fall through your eyes rather than only. Remember, that's right, just keep it straight for me, like having a conversation. Looks like so it's on the top of it. Alright, now I'm just going to shake your eyes, make sure that you're acting like. Sorry, sorry. Shine in your eyes there. Just drop in, entire designated lane. But you go, tilt your head back just a little bit. Just tilt your head back a little bit. Around a little bit longer. Easier on your place underneath your chin. And if you step that by a little more, that should fill us to your eyes there. Keep following.
what was that?
He's checking for vertical gaze and nystagmus.
And that's one of the nystagmus components that's as part of the standardized field sobriety test.
It's part of the system manual is a score. It's not 10% sure or 100% sure if it's standardized or one.
But it's on the list.
Yes, it is.
Did you observe any vertical nystagmus?
No, I did not.
During that period when you were face to face with her, did you notice anything else about her appearance which would add to your confidence about her being impaired?
I observed her swaying.
Anything about her face or?
At this time, I observed just a slight odor of alcohol beverage coming from her, as well as her eyes were bloodshot and glassy.
I'm going to ask the exhibit 4 be admitted.
No objection.
What was the next standardized field sobriety test that you administered?
Next standardized field sobriety test has been the walk and turn test.
Can you explain what that is?
The walk and turn test is it's a mental, physical, it's a divided attention test that requires an individual to place to combine mental and physical components together to perform a task. You're doing so by taking 9 heel-toe steps. First, listen to the instructions and designate the instruction position. Take 9 heel-toe steps, turn as instructed, and take 9 heel-toe steps back down the line. All doing so while look down to your feet, count loud, keep your arms down to your side, and start, and doing the test without stopping until the test is completed.
Now you mentioned divided attention. Explain that component of this test.
Divided attention is simultaneously is placing your attention on 2 tasks at once or multiple tasks at once.
And what are the multiple tasks at once in this test that are built into this test?
It would be just performing the test as instructed, so following instructions while maintaining your balance in instructed position. And remain in that position until as instructed. Then perform the test as demonstrated and instructed in the manner in which it was demonstrated and instructed.
So do you first ask the person who's doing the test to assume the starting position?
Yes.
And then tell them not to move until instructed to do so? Is that
Yes.
right? And then you tell them what the rest of the test is about, like what they're to do, take 9 heel-toe steps, and do the turn and come back?
Yes, I first place them in the instruction position.
And so the ability to stay in that starting position while you're being instructed, is that part of the divided attention?
That is the clue, not moving from that position to starting the test.
So did Ms. Maynard participate in the walk and turn test?
She did.
And did you observe clues of impairment within that test?
I did.
And if you don't mind, if you could look back at Exhibit 4 and tell me what you observed about her.
Observed that she moved both of her feet while listening to instructions. She started the instructions. She started the test before instructed to do so twice. She was informed to get back into the instruction position each time. She did not touch heel to toe. She turned incorrectly, and she took the incorrect number of steps both times.
Did you administer the walk and turn test in substantial compliance with NHTSA standards?
I did.
Are you comfortable walking in them shoes? Okay. Just some people are. I'm going to do, if you just go face to the back of your car there. Can you measure a straight line from your left foot to the back of your car there? What I'm going to do, I'm just going to get you into a stretch position. Alright, what you're going to do is place your right foot in front of your left foot, keep your arms down to your side, and place your right foot in front of your left foot there. Alright, what you're going to do is take 9 heel toe steps down, line, turn, take 9 heel toe steps down, back down line. I'll go and demonstrate for you, look like this, alright? 1, 2, 3. See, I did 3. You're going to do 9. Let's get to 9. We'll keep the front foot on the ground. You're going to pick up your rear foot, take serious small steps like we did. Okay? So, you're going to pick up your rear foot, take serious small steps with this. Alright? Then back down the line. So I'm kind of backwards here. Okay. I just don't want to get my back to you. Nice and no. Like I said, keep front foot on the ground, and pick up your rear foot, take serious small steps with the inside, then back. 1, 2, 3. Once again, for instruction versus I did 3, you're going to do 9. Alright, when you do this test, you're going to look down at your feet, you're going to count out, keep your arms down to your side, and once you start the test, do not stop. If you understand the instructions to the test, do you have any questions about it? Okay. If you understand it's going to get into the instruction position, hold up. You're going to get in the instruction position, the right foot in front of your left foot, pointing down to your side. Arms down to your side. Hold up. I just want to make sure you're going to get in that position. I just want to make sure you understand everything before I tell you to begin. You're going to place your right foot in front of your left arm down to your side. Okay, if you feel like you're understanding the test, you may begin from that position. As instructed, yeah. Once you turn around, yeah, just as instructed, yeah. Okay.
So then, did you conduct the one-leg stand test? And can you explain what that test is?
It's another divided attention test that requires the individual to balance on one leg while holding another leg 6 inches off the ground, parallel to the ground, and then counting, looking down the ratio and counting out loud. Like I mentioned, it's another divided attention that requires them to perform that test as instructed.
Did Ms. Maynard take part in that test?
She did.
And I'm going to show you, exhibit 4 again. Did you record your observations?
I did.
And how did you perform on the one-leg stand test?
During the one-leg stand test, I observed 3 indicators which were swaying. She raised her arms off from her side more than 6 inches, as well as she put her foot in multiple times.
Now, if I didn't ask you this before, tell me if you were able to tell me on the horizontal gaze by Steiner's test. According to NITSA, if you observe 6 of 6 clues, what's the percentage likelihood of the person being over 0.08 BAC?
Based on 1998 San Diego study, it's 4 out of 6 clues is correlated to a 88% chance that the individuals had at or above 0.08.
And then on the walk and turn test, are you able to give statistics on that?
Yes, it is, it's 2 out of 6 is a 79% chance.
And so she had 4 on that, right? 5. Or, well, I'm sorry. What did I say, one leg stand?
You said you did the walk and turn.
Walk and turn. So she had 5 clues on that. And then on the one leg stand, what are the percentages on that?
It's 2 out of 4 clues, and the percentage is, it's 79%, then this is 83% is the one leg stand test.
So she had 3 clues.
And if you have the sufficient amount of clues for all 3 tests, all together conjoined is 91%.
Did you have sufficient numbers on all 3 of them?
I did.
And I don't know if I asked you, the one leg stand test, how did she, or we did that? We did that. Okay, she had 3 clues on that. Why is it showing that?
You went a little too far, I think.
This is body cam. Man, it's,
The body cam doesn't match up with the dash cam and time-wise.
Yes, typically have this much traffic come through this time of night. Okay, place in the back of the car. Yes, typically have this much.
Did you go back to your call?
No, I think you accidentally clicked the.
I'm sorry about that.
Get in position, I just want to make sure you understand everything before I tell you it again. Get a place where I feel front of you, let's say I'm down to your side.
Hey Phil, it's probably a little
Yeah,
easier if you hit the 30
you're-
second. It's probably a little easier to move it if you hit the 30 second forward and 10 back. That way you don't get too far. Try clicking the center of the video.
Alright. In this test, you're going to count loud such 1001, 1002, 1003, and so forth until I tell you to stop. Okay? So this can be about 30 seconds. And also for reference, about the length of a dollar bill. This is about 6 inches. Okay? When you're doing this test, you're going to look down at your race book. You're going to count loud, keep your arms down to your side, and once you start the test, do not stop. Okay, do you understand that test? You have any questions about it? Okay. Just go ahead and place your arms down to your side. And get my watch ready. Okay, and the time will begin once you raise the foot and start counting. Just keep both legs straight there. Okay, just stay standing your legs straight. Now, just pick up where you left off.
Now, on the one-leg stand test, did you administer that in substantial compliance with NHTSA standards?
I did.
After this, did you check Ms. Manning's eyes for lack of convergence?
I did.
What is lack of convergence?
Lack of convergence is the eye's inability to focus or to converge on stimulus as it is approaching the bridge of the nose, goes in toward the bridge of the nose.
In this case, did you observe lack of convergence?
I did not.
Did you conduct the modified Romberg test?
I did.
Now, I previously showed you some pages from the Municipal manual about that. You've had some training in that area as well, right?
I have.
And explain how the modified Romberg test is conducted.
The modified Romberg test conducted by instruct the individual and told to do so to tilt their head back, close their eyes, and when you tell them to remain in that position, when you tell them to begin, after the passage of 30 seconds, they'll tilt their head forward, open up their eyes, and instruct you to stop the time.
Okay. And what clues are you looking for?
During the modified Romberg, you're looking for body and eye tremors, the balance issues of swaying, as well as the time estimation, perception of time.
Can you tell the court what you observed in this instance?
In this instance, I observed Ms. Mayer's swaying, as well as her time estimation was off.
What did she estimate?
She went 59 to 56 seconds rather than approximately 30 seconds. When they asked how long she went, she said 32 seconds.
She actually went 56 seconds.
Now, you place your fingers, place underneath your chin. Like for the first one, I'm going to just all the top of the pin there. And the circles around your face, the bridge of your nose.
This is like a convergence.
Oh, it is? Okay. I thought I was doing it. I was on the
Alright. Can you feel like your eyes going to cross? Just lightly cross. Okay. This is what we do.
So that was the lack of convergence that you were checking for there?
It was.
One more test for me. Alright, you're going to place your feet together. All I'm going to do is place your feet together. You're going to tilt your head back, close your eyes. Actually, I'm going to explain the test to you. What I have you do is you're going to tilt your head back, close your eyes. You're going to tilt your head all the way back, close your eyes. Whenever I tell you to begin, you're going to, after the passage of 30 seconds, you're just going to tilt your head forward, open your eyes, just tell me to stop the time. Okay, so you understand that. All you're doing is tilt your head back, close your eyes, and after the passage of 30 seconds, you're going to tell me to stop the time. Okay? Right, and keep arms down to your side, yeah. Then whenever, like I said, all I'm going to explain to you again is tilt your head back, close your eyes. When I tell you to begin, after the passage of 30 seconds, when you tilt your head forward, open your eyes, tell me to stop. Okay. Alright. You may begin now. How long is it? 32 seconds? And how did you get to so you just got there while counting how many sticks have you had anything to turn time? Right, well.
So at the end there, did she admit to you that she'd had a little bit to drink?
Yes, you stay a little bit, yes.
What is the significance in the modified Romberg test of the 56 seconds?
It displays that her time perception is off, impairment to time estimation.
Now, as a result of everything that you observed, starting with your first observation of her driving and on through everything else you testified to, did you find probable cause to arrest Ms. Maynard for OBI?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask, let's see, have we admitted that video?
I'll stipulate.
We did one.
Well, do you want this one to be high, or do you want it?
Yeah, that's fine.
So all 5 exhibits are.
That's all I have for this witness.
Mr. Means, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Rick. Can I have a brief moment?
Sure.
Grab something.
And a 1 and 5 on thumb drives in?
Yes.
Okay, they'll be marked. 1 and 5 are, what I just said, 1 and 5 are on thumb drives, that will be marked. States exhibits 1 and 5, Mr. Means.
All right, may I have a second to speak with Mr. Hill as well?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, it's my understanding there's been, in this short space of time, a conversation between the defense counsel and the prosecutor, and the defendant is willing to enter a plea to this offense if the state agrees to recommend no jail time on the sentence. Is that my understanding?
Yes, Your Honor, the test score was at .170, right at the cutoff. And there is the, whatever potential there is that there could be an error, a slight error that would put it below the .17. So we're willing to recommend that it be treated as a low score.
Your Honor, that's correct. I think probably the cleanest way to do it would we would enter a plea of guilty to the A1A charge, and then have the state nolly the A1H. And
we're not opposed to that, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Maynard, do you agree with what your attorney has represented to the court?
Yes.
You have a right to make a statement if you wish before I sentence you. You're not required to. If you wish to do you have anything you wish to say to the court before your sentence?
No, sir.
I'm going to accept the plea, and based on what I usually do on these cases, it's a pretty high test score, so it's a little more than twice the legal limit. So I'm going to impose a $650 fine. I'll impose court costs, 6-month license suspension.
Your Honor, would that go back to the
Yeah, it
date
starts
of
at the time of the offense. 20 days in jail, all suspended on the conditions you do 5 days of community service on the court's community service program. That's 30 hours. You have to go to a driver intervention program, and there's unfortunately not one in Lawrence County any longer. There used to be one, but it's...
There's getting ready to be one again here soon, Your
Oh,
Honor.
there's no-
Lawrence County Recovery is starting one, but it's not up and running yet. I just found that out.
do you have any idea when that's going to happen?
I would say in the next couple of months.
Okay. Well, I'm okay if you want to wait and go to that one. It's a 3-day program that you have to attend. That's mandatory under Ohio law, or I have to give you jail. So you have to do that. There are multiple ones in the state. The closest one physically is in Scioto County. It's not the cheapest one, as I understand it. So you could go to others. You can wait on the one here. I don't know what the cost will be to it. They each, apparently there's not a standardized fee. They can charge what they want. The bigger cities have multiple programs, but you have to complete one of those. It's called the Driver Intervention Program. You will have a review hearing on 6/28/24, June 28th. That gives you 6 months, basically, to get everything done. If you haven't finished it, you got to show up for a review hearing at 9 a.m. on that date. If you don't show up, you get a warrant for not appearing. So just diligently work toward getting this finished, and you can stop coming to those hearings or not attend one at all if you get it finished before your review hearing date comes up. On the lane violation, I'll impose a $25 fine. And I think that was total charges. You'll need to meet with Mr. Major in the probation office. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all. Court's adjourned. Pastor, good to see you.
Well, same to you.
Folks want to come back and... Let's see.
Thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for saying so serious. It's labor. It is.
That's one of the bad jokes. See,
See you later, y'all.
you know, you'd be surprised at the store, parking say they won't take Hawaiian money.
Won't pay.
My wife gets on me, she said, why do you deal with these girls like that? I said, you don't take Hawaiian money?
And I've said this about an hour.
And I'm yet to
You
find
only have-
out whose cottage they make all that
I am
cheese in.
worn out.
Whose cottage do they make all that
It's hard
cheese
to,
in?
and then I looked up there and I was like, where's my video? God. I don't look forward to any of those.
Yeah, my Cleveland Browns will make the playoffs.
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's something. Something else. And the Buckeyes are going to roll over the
Yes, they are.
Missouri Tigers tonight.
Yeah, they was it tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock.